him. And this is where immediately when I first saw this, I kind of started to question, like, oh, is this how he is perceiving the world, or is this actually how the world is in this like weird cartoonish landscape? So immediately we're kind of like putting...
There we go. Sorry about that, folks. I was having some audio issues that I believe have been resolved. Maybe not. Hold on. There we go. We got it all figured out. Welcome, friends and fiends, to the RedDeathMask stream. We are here today not to watch Papa Meat's video on Beau is Afraid, although I do find it engaging. We are here to continue Where Mad Gods Dance by ButcherExMachina. We're just gonna get into it because I only read part 1 on my last stream a few days ago, and I'm not satisfied, and I wanna get into more of the story. It started off good. It's got a cool medieval like we don't know exactly what year it's in, but we've got some idea that like the Roman Empire is going strong, and there's churches, and Christianity is kind of spread out to other lands. And this is a story of a mercenary band who essentially just heard there's a town with like a lot of nobles in it. It's kind of a nice town, and so they heard that they'll probably be able to get some mercenary work. They'll be able to make some copper or some gold in this town. And on the way to the town, they're riding their horses. They see that a monolith has essentially either come up from the ground or was already there in the road, but it has cracked open. And they're kind of like, well, this is fucking weird. And then, they go around it, or they keep going, and they make it to the town. And so far, our main character thinks that they've been followed. He's seen some stuff in the distance at night, but he doesn't really know. And it doesn't seem to be bothering him too much because he is going through his own, what I would say is like, crucible of self, whatever, discovery, realization, where right now he's got a lot of guilt. He was outcasted from his home, from Rome, essentially for homosexuality, and he believes that, he's evil and he deserves to feel guilty, and he's sinful, essentially. And that has kind of culminated in he's having drinks at this tavern in the town that they just got to with his friends, and his best companion, who's a mercenary with him, he's attracted to and he likes, but he feels guilty about this, and he goes outside and he's like freaking out and kind of having a panic attack. And then a lady of the night, and it says that she, she's pretty, but she also doesn't seem as rich as like everyone else in the town, and she essentially invites him whatever, she wants him to patronize her, and he agrees to meet her upstairs, but he's got to handle something first, and that, I believe, is maybe the card game that his companions were going to play. His best friend Augustus, the one that he's attracted to, Augustus is like a card shark. He's greedy. Gunther, another mercenary. He's the big alcoholic of the group, and then you've got Bayorn, I believe, who is whatever, like the second maybe to the leader, Finn, but Bayorn's the one who tells them about, these creepy kind of like Nordic zombie creatures. I forget the names of them, and he basically he knows about supernatural stuff, and he kind of regales them with the story of it around the fire, while meanwhile Alban's like wigging out and being like, I think I see something in the trees, and everyone else is like, no, whatever, you're just being a scaredy cat, you're just being a little pussy. But no, so essentially, nothing's happened yet. They haven't been attacked. They've made it to this town. They're in this tavern. And then Finn, I believe is his name, is their, like, noble. I don't know if he actually is noble, but he seems to be of higher means. And he seems to be kind of less cockney than maybe the others in the group, or he more pompous, more courtly. But he's a mercenary too. He's the leader of the mercenary band, and it was his idea to go to this town because he heard that whatever, they'll have work at this town because everyone's so rich here. And that's essentially where we leave off. I think we left off with like Alban just kind of going back into the tavern. And yeah, that was it. Let's see. Just to get the final word in here. Alban looked back at the ground. This is what you want: courtship and a fair woman. Not him. He felt his hesitance, yet he pushed it down like stale alcohol. He turned his back to the ground, heading inside. So that's where it ends. And then we are on part 2. So pretty interesting beginning, I have to say. Interesting in terms of like the setting. I like this idea of, God, whatever, being this pervasive things that causes people to fight and war, and causes people to whatever punish others, for not following the beliefs or whatever and stuff like that. And the story kind of mentions that early on. But then at the same time, the dichotomy of that, and then Alban, somebody who's been a victim of that, but he can't really find any other work or any other life to make for himself, so he sort of has to be a mercenary or fight or kill. He has to make war just out of necessity to whatever, even make a living. And so it's got some interesting themes there about like, just is anything worth fighting for, in terms of that? Is anything worth making war when otherwise you would have peace, I don't know, but, and as the story continues, I think it'll be interesting to see what happens with Alban and if he's able to whatever, make peace with his past sins and who he is as a person, or is he going to go a different way, and then everyone else in the group, and what kind of creature was in the monolith, or did is that even where the creature came from, and if there is a creature at all, and where the horror kind of lies in this story, because it does seem like it's getting to the horror. It's just it's taking its time, and that's fine. That just that's why it's a multi-part story and not a single part, and so I get that. But yeah, I'm excited. I don't want to do too much more chit-chatting. I just want to get into the story. Let's get some music playing. But I do want to do that quick summary because I'm starting in part 2, so. As Alban found himself entering the bar, he saw a large congregation of men around a table, some of which his comrades. So yeah, I think the card game is this next scene that we're gonna get. Let me just make sure my music's not too loud, because sorry, you had to hear that repeating. But I think we're good now. Yeah. Like pretty much always. I cannot hear it, or I can barely hear it, but on the stream, that means it's usually just right. Get some coffee. Then let's get into Where Mad Gods Dance by ButcherExMachina. And I don't know if I'm saying that right, let me know if I should be saying it a different way. Or also known as constant_garbage 847 on Reddit. Show them some love on Reddit. They're a writer, animator, jack of all trades, love horror and writing. Feel free to read my works. Just make sure you ask permission and give me credit. So, that is obviously I want to do that. I have been doing that, but yeah, show this story some love and show his other story some love. He's also a great artist. Drew. I don't know why part 2 doesn't have the artwork here. Let me go back to the top of part 1 just so people can see. Yeah, this really cool. I don't know. Maybe this is the creature we're gonna see. I'm really not sure. But I like it. I like it a lot, and it kind of works with the aesthetic of this story too. It's very, very cool. Hey, what up, Pelagius? We're just getting into part 2 here, so I was just making sure to show the artwork that you made before we get into part 2. But let's do it. As Alban found himself, oh yeah, right, Reddit's word character limit. Yeah, I assume it was a Reddit. It was part of Reddit's, finickiness. But yeah, it's one of those drawings that I was talking about in the first stream, but I like it because I feel like you can the longer you look at it, the more you'll actually discover about it. It's not like you just see it all in the first few seconds of looking at it. Kind of reveals itself, and I think as I read the story and then look at the artwork again, I'll maybe notice some more things in it. And so, yeah, very cool. As Alban found himself entering the bar, he saw a large congregation of men around a table, some of which his comrades. There you are, Alban. Come here and take a seat. Gunther's voice was loud and drunken. He'd already had too much to drink. Alban couldn't help but feel the slightest pity for him. He walked over to the table, seeing a few nobles and those of this caliber. Alban sat in his chair and watched intently as across from him sat Here, I need to zoom in. That's why I'm struggling. As across from him sat what he tried to drown out, meaning his comrade Augustus, his comrade, but the person that he, I don't know if love is the right word, because I mean, I think as friends he definitely does love him, but you know, he's so conflicted about his, like, you know, sinful sexuality that he's you know, he's yeah, so it's definitely one of these like unrequited or whatever situations where he's never acted on it. They're good friends, they're comrades, but watched intently as across from him sat what he tried to drown out. His sly figure tapping his fingers against the wood of the table, a charismatic gaze upon his face, eyes of firelight, dancing with desire, much like his, yet for a non-living heart to which no soul truly belonged. Shining bright trinkets that glittered and glistened with the firelight of wickers, much like the eyes of such men that glittered within the sights of trinketry, and fell within a sea equivalent to their hoard. So I think that part is kind of saying that Augustus, this is what Augustus loves, right? He loves wealth. He loves, so that in that sense it is kind of saying that, you know, Augustus doesn't feel the same way that Alban feels. See, how could you lust after someone like him? He asked himself. Yeah, he doesn't love him maybe, but he definitely lusts after him. That's a good way to put it. Someone like him, he asked himself, further proved to himself that somehow he could push down such a desire. Yet, as he looked into his gilded and shining eyes, he saw such charisma that melted his soul, feeling that made his blood run slow and face burn like sin, red as Lucifer. And that's the thing, that we kind of got a hint of it in part one, but it seems like what attracts Alban to Augustus is Augustus's like greed and trickery. It is his he's kind of got that almost con man sense about him, where he even takes like in card games and stuff, he ends up, you know, taking money from his comrades and stuff, but no one really seems to mind, because he's just that likable. So orgasmic it was, yet he found himself back within reality. He realized such things were not meant to be. Couldn't. No. Come here, Stella. Stella's gonna help read for a little while. She wants to come help you, baby. Come on. I don't want you to hit your head on the table. He couldn't. No. He'd courted a fair woman of love and desire. How could he do the same for someone of a differing lust? His heart lied in gold, while his desire lied within his grasp. Why couldn't he just accept what was? For David, he would not be, couldn't be. Alban? He almost jumped at Augustus's words, yet he kept some sort of composure amongst himself. Yes? Still here? Need you to focus. He tilted his head, as if to motion for such a thing. Of course, just got a lot on my mind, you know. Doesn't hurt to share. Alban shifted uncomfortably. He felt a bead of sweat on the side of his face, slowly dripping down, sending a cold chill across the course of his arteries and vein, culminating at the peak of his spine. I'm not sure if I should be. We're in company. The last bit was spoken quiet, or I think it's written quiet, but it's spoken quiet as if a whimper. Is something wrong? He couldn't produce any other words. His throat clogged with what could only be described as sharp stones. Augustus looked at him, a look of concern fracturing his composed face. His lust of luxury. On pet commencer? A noble spoke. His face was covered by a carcass of gray hair, as if he wore that of a rodent upon his face like a shield for his lower jaw. His voice was ragged and aged, a witness to many occasions, tempered and bitter. Augustus stared, confused at the man's speech. He's asking if the game can begin soon, Finn said. Tell him to shut his trap. Still gotta get the rules in order. The mouth of an urchin is no use in such a place, Augustus. Neither is impatience. Where'd such manners go to die? That's what I said earlier, you bastard. Gunther's voice rang throughout the room. Augustus visibly eyed him from across the table. Gunther merely responded with a dumb grin before taking a swig of his drink. Finn gave a chuckle at the exchange. Le sera las dans un instant, he spoke. Augustus sighed and took a moment to collect himself, placing his hands upon the table and holding his head, trying to think of things, technicalities, his tactics, the game, what was supposedly on the line with it. He let out a breath and opened a small leather pouch on his armor, pulled from it a deck of waxy papers about the size of a man's hand. Big bunch of them. Their backs an elaborate show of symbols and artistry, crookedly painted in some areas while others seem perfect. The mark of an artist. The mistaken work upon such a piece, such a thing, branding it as imperfect, such a thing, irreversible, unwashed, for all to witness, for all to see. Alban watched the cards be placed upon the wood of the table with a quiet thump. Then the two steadily sly hands of a man worked upon them, shuffling their symbols and arrangement for the coming game. Finally he finished, and with a single hand he picked up 7 cards and dropped each one. Don't chew on the microphone, Stella. And dropped each one. Oh, kitty incoming. Gonna end my stream, don't. Don't. Now you made me lose my spot. Why you do that, silly goose? He's so funny. for all to witness, for all to see. Alban watched the cards placed upon the wood of the table with a quiet thump. Then the two steadily sly hands of a man worked upon them, shuffling their symbols and arrangement for the coming game. Finally he finished, and with a single hand he picked up 7 cards and dropped each one across the table to a person. The 3 nobles watched, one in delight, the other in contempt, and the last in impatience, tapping their fingers against the table, a smug look about them. As for the vagabond among them, they stared off into their own thoughts, while others preemptively watched to see the man's trickery or dirty work at hand. Alban himself couldn't help but watch, seeing the handiwork of his fellow man. Yet he urged himself to look away, to the fire within the room, its delicate embers, but he couldn't. Augustus did this rotation about 7 times till each person had accumulated that number of waxy paper. Each person rushed to conceal their hand. The nobles slowed for the course, each taking their sweet time with such an act. Alban put his hand together and stacked them face down on the table nearby, knowing of the explanation ahead. He watched as Augustus sat still as a statue before taking a deep intake of breath. The game is called Der Letzten. The rules are simple. Be the last one to still have a hand of cards by the end of the game. The dealer shall hand out a card with a number and a symbol. If any of you have that card or number, you must hand in that card. As I said, the last one with a hand wins. Got it? Does it kind of like Go Fish? Is that what I'm maybe? Do you make pairs? Sorry, I'm really bad with games and rules. I feel like I always misunderstand. Every time the instructions on the box, like I'm always reading it like 15 times. The dealer shall hand out a card with a number and a symbol. If any of you have that card or number, you must hand in the card. As I said, the last one with a hand wins. Got it? Finn began to translate to the noble 3 amongst them, yet the smug one seemed to give a look of confusion. "On c'est un jeu pour enfants?" he asked. Non. C'est très simple. God, I did not know I was gonna have to read French in this story, but I'm welcoming the challenge. But just know, I know that I'm not pronouncing this correctly. I'm just trying to get through it. Cela permet de jouer à un grande nombre de jeux un peu du temps. Finn responded. "What's he asking, Finn?" Augustus asked. He didn't answer. Instead, the nobleman began to speak once more. Yeah, well, you can write it. Apparently, you can write it. I hesitate to ask too many questions because I just want to read the story. But like, did you use a translator for these parts, or do you just know French? Can you write French? The nobleman began to speak once more. Quoi pour nous encore plus? Absolument pas. Nos avos etere lier sale, mas nos nele somis certainment pas dans nos actes. Finn looked concerned. I'm a fraud. You're not a fraud. It's very cool. I think it adds to the story. Most people are going to read this and they're not going to know what it's saying, right? Some people might put it into a translator, but a lot of people are going to do what I'm going to have to do. And what's cool about using another language in a story where not every character speaks the language is we know that, like, Augustus and I think Alban too are having to do what we're having to do, which is go off whatever Finn says when he translates and the context clues to try to understand what's being said. Like up here, the este su un jeu pour infants. From that I assume he's asking, so is this a game for children? You know, kind of making fun of the game that he's trying to teach them, and then Finn says, no, it like something, it seems simple, but it's, you know, blah blah blah, it's beloved or something, you know. Yeah, lots of Spanish in it. Nice, yeah. No, well, and I think if you're doing like a historical story at all, whether that's a novel like Blood Meridian or whether it's a simple story, I don't think you don't necessarily have to put it another language in the conversation. Like, you can have all the conversations be translated, but I do think it's smart to use, like, if they're in France, they should be using French words for stuff, you know. They can say enfants instead of children or whatever it might be, you know what I mean? And so I think that yeah, to just do actual conversations where they're in French or whatever, just in another language in any story, I think is fun because, right, some readers will know, some readers won't, but then it puts your reader in a similar predicament that Augustus is in or that Alban's in, where we, you know, hopefully we're clever enough to kind of understand the implications of what's being talked about and stuff, but ultimately, like, you know, we don't speak the language, so we have to rely on other things, right? And so it's a smart way of putting your reader in the shoes that the characters are also in, you know what I mean? Finn? Still no answer. Instead, the nobleman seemed to slump in his chair and give a gruff snort of air from his nostrils. Finn himself seemed a bit taken back, yet a tinge of guilt had crossed his face. He knew Augustus. He knew his lust for trinketry and wealth from the day they met. It was, after all, how the two came across one another, through deceit, through ignorance. Augustus brushed off the look upon Finn's face and conversations, chalking it up to some sort of argument. He took his remaining deck cards and pulled the first one off the top. He slapped the waxy paper onto the table. It depicted a man slyly carrying 4 swords, with 2 plunged within the earth. "7 of swords," Augustus called. Carrying 4 swords with 2 plunged in within the earth. Wouldn't that be 6? 7 of swords. Right, like, because if he's carrying 4, I don't know. Maybe it's going to explain why the card. Maybe the card is just called the 7 of swords, but the picture. Because if the man's carrying 4 swords, and then 2 plunged within the earth, that's definitely 6. Like, am I crazy? I don't know. Because sometimes I'm really bad at basic math, so I was like, am I just misreading this? But, oh well, I don't know if it fully matters. I wanted to point that out, that I was like, am I crazy? 4 plus 2, you know. Oh, I will say these are tarot cards. Okay, and that's the thing too. It's like, well, maybe the picture on the card, like the picture on the card doesn't necessarily match, like what the card, you know, like especially with a tarot card, like the card might have like whatever, a dog, you know, on it, and people are like the wolf, you know, or something like that, and so who the hell knows? And the fact that they're tarot cards, it's interesting that they're playing. I think they're gambling, right? Aren't they supposed to be gambling? At least I thought that's what it was. But maybe he's tricking them in some way where they're meant to think that it's just a game for fun, and then he's like, "Oh, you just lost 30 silver or something," you know. So I don't know. We'll see, but yeah, I would just say carrying 5 swords. So a man carrying 5 swords with 2 plunged within the earth, or 3 plunged within the earth, 4 swords with 3. 7 of swords, Augustus called. Everyone looked at their hands. Alban picked his up and finally took a good look at it. In his hand he held a card depicting a man amongst a series of large branches, holding one like a walking stick. A card with a series of naked men and women standing in coffins, singing in praise of an angel, playing the trumpet amongst the heavens. A card depicting an old man with a walking stick and a lantern, standing aimlessly. His final one had an animal at each corner, and a wreath surrounding a naked woman in the sky. The cards perplexed Alban. They always had since Augustus and he had first played cards. Their artwork so fine. So this was the other thing I'm wondering too, and don't tell me this, so was he working? Does Augustus create these cards? Was that what he was doing in the journal, right? Or because it says he was either writing, or I thought that he was drawing earlier, but maybe he's creating these cards. Like maybe he is the artist too, so maybe that's a kind of hidden underneath his breed, so to speak, is like this love of art, right? And this love of maybe even like future telling and like spirituality, right? Because he keeps this tarot deck and he uses it in all these ways and stuff. I don't know, I'm theorizing, because I think under each in this story, I think we're gonna learn that even like it mentioned earlier that Gunther, like he's been through a trauma too, and that's why he drinks. And so I'm thinking that underneath each man's sin, so to speak, there's gonna be like maybe a virtue or something that, you know what I mean? So I'm keeping an eye out for it. This story is very satisfying so far, because not only do I love medieval whatever shit, fantasy even, but it's doing a lot with like the characters and and it's ringing a lot of like, you know, alarm bells for me, and perking up, where I'm going like, ooh, that's an interesting like concept, or it's interesting that they're playing a game but with tarot cards. He's not just like reading their fortunes, you know what I mean? Very cool. I like it. And so then the other thing I wonder too is, well, they're mercenaries, right? They fight people, they kill people. Maybe Augustus either does create these cards, or maybe he stole them off someone, right? Because it says how he's greedy and all that stuff. So I'm like, what if he's using them as playing cards, but he doesn't know the greater implications of them, and so like, you know, he's using them in such a way that like it's gonna end up cursing him, or something like that, right? You know, you don't know, but it's very fun. There's a lot of different directions that it can go, and so because of that, you know, I'm kind of at a loss. Like, usually I feel like I know where a story's going, but in this story I feel like the more I'm getting into it, the less I'm sure where it's going. You know? And it is very fun. It's a very fun feeling to have as somebody that reads these stories quite a bit, to feel kind of like, I don't know, your ability to predict where stuff is going, to just feel like that isn't maybe as honed as I thought it was, you know, is a very fun feeling to have, for me at least. It just makes me feel like, not uneasy yet, because this isn't like a scary part, but it's like, yeah, you know, I'm getting pleasantly surprised by things, you know. I won't say yet, but I'm glad you're getting different ideas and interpretation. That was my goal. Hell yeah. Well, good. You know, you achieved your goal, good sir. You know. But let's get into it, cause yeah, let's get back to it. They always had since Augustus and he had first played cards. Their artwork so fine and trained, yet so imperfect. They were crafted elegantly, with a large surplus of time. They were crafted elegantly and with a large surplus of time. I don't know what that means. I will be honest, like, their artwork was so fine and trained, yet so imperfect. They were crafted elegantly and with a large surplus of time. I guess I don't know. What I'm confused about is, like, how would Alban know that? Like, I assume that means they were crafted with over a long period of time, I guess, is what he's saying. It made Alban wonder where Augustus had gotten them. Their designs and supposed meanings were strange, yet he found it charming. Similarly to Augustus, I wonder if that's the picture that, again, don't answer, but I think the picture that is the artwork for the story might be one of these cards. And that is very fun. I like that. If that's the case, you know, but Gunther grunted loudly. He hated Augustus, or he handed Augustus a card, one depicting several goblets, each with an oddity within their rim, all of which was surrounded by an air of clouds and a contemplating silhouette. Targeting me already, eh? Gunther snickered. Maybe so, Augustus said. Maybe so. One of the nobles scratched his head and bumped Finn's shoulder. "Es dice que ça entre?" he asked. He presented the card to him. Alban couldn't see it right until Finn nodded as if to a child, and the man handed it to Augustus. He could make out a similar card to his, with the man seemingly disgruntled against a layer of branches. "That's it?" Augustus asked. No one said anything except Finn, who translated. "Alrighty then." Augustus pulled out the next card. It gave the nobles a set of wide eyes upon its sight. On the card was a pagan thing. A monstrosity with the head of a ram, a humanoid body with wings of a predatory bat, and talons of the mightiest hawk. On its head was a symbol of sin, a symbol Alban couldn't help but shift uncomfortably at. Below in its hand was a torch. Below in its hand was a torch with a naked pair, a man and woman. No, a pair of demonic imitations that stood chained to such a beast of pagan sin. The nobles blinked a few times before beginning to search through their decks. The devil. Okay, so first it was a seven of swords, and then now it was the devil. I'm just wondering if, like, these cards that Augustus plays or that he as the dealer puts out, I wonder if maybe these cards, like, are gonna be foreboding of, like, things to come in the story, you know. So I'm just trying to kind of remember the cards. 7 swords, devil. Okay. Because I forget how many mercenaries there are, but it's interesting. The whole number of 7 swords, I was like, that's the other thing I thought too, is like, well, maybe there are 7 of them, or maybe there will be. Maybe someone else will join their troop in this town, or something like that. Este se une sorte de jeu païen que avez vos apporté dans notre village saint? One of them asked in a tone of disgust. Augustus went completely silent. That's what I was wondering too. Because yeah, it was important, the cards that Alban had. If I wasn't just trying to read, yeah, I don't know. Clearly, I'm taking my time, but I was wondering what all of his cards meant for him, you know. But anyways, maybe I'll go back up here in a second once I get through this next bout of French and yeah, take note of what Alban's cards are. Non se n'est pas passé genre de choses, c'est juste una ovire d'art destiné et représenter. Finn responded. They were silent at that. They gave a series of glares toward Augustus and the rest of the group as they sorted through their cards. Bjorn, who'd been quiet up to this point, cleared his throat to get Augustus's attention. He handed over a card, one with a burning tower with people falling off its peak. Something in Bjorn's eyes concerned Alban a bit. So yeah, so Bjorn is playing a burning tower. Interesting, with people falling off of it. What did Gunther play? Gunther played several goblets, of course, because he's a drunk. So goblets, that fits. Interesting. So I wonder what in Bjorn's past. I mean, clearly he's been a mercenary a while, right, Bjorn? So maybe that's just like, you know, he's a killer with this you know, with this whatever this single tower and people falling off of it. It's, yeah, that's what it's depicting, is like the wars he's already fought in, or the lives he's taken, maybe. Falling off its peak. Something in Bjorn's eyes concerned Alban a bit. He couldn't put his finger on it. Anxiety? Anger? Bjorn was a stoic man, one who laughed yet never showed his hand emotionally. But this time, something was different, even if subtle. Alban could see something moving about the orbs in Bjorn's skull. One of the nobles plopped down a card upon the table and slid it to Augustus slowly and deliberately. It depicted a wizened priestly man upon a throne with friars by his side, ready to take any order sent from heaven through him. Finn pulled the card from his hand and tossed it onto the table, as if to pull off a fanciful card trick. On it, an optimistic man stared off a cliff into the sky, prancing about, merely unaware of the danger below his feet. Alban finally looked down at his hand closely, seeing the one with an angel, the old man, and a wreathed woman. He clenched his teeth and he handed them to Augustus. So, an old man and a wreathed woman. Okay, interesting. And I think this card for Finn, I think this is pretty foreboding. The optimistic man staring off a cliff, prancing about, merrily unaware of the danger below his feet. As the leader and as the like pompous noble of the group, I think it's pretty clear then that Finn is leading them into danger, or is not going to recognize the danger when it comes. I think that's safe to say. Obviously, we don't know much what it means for the nobles and the cards they're playing. I'm guessing with the religious one, you can assume that they're all pretty religious, and that's why they got so upset by the devil card. I was trying to find where it described Alban's cards again. Oh well, it doesn't really matter, and we know that Alban just lost 3 cards. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't know, Alban. The only thing I remember about when I read about Alban's cards is that they all seem pretty weird, which now makes sense that they're tarot cards, but. Oh well. Okay, a card depicting an old man with a walking stick and a lantern standing aimlessly. Meaning that Alban is kind of lost, right? Is what I'm assuming. The Wanderer is probably like what that card represents. His final one had an animal at each corner and a wreath surrounding a naked woman in the sky. That one was the one where I was like, what the fuck does that mean? An animal at each corner and a wreath surrounding a naked woman in the sky. I don't know, maybe like beasts and a woman. I don't know, a woman who, I don't know, rules over animals like nature, like Mother Nature. I don't know. Yeah, Mother Nature maybe. And then here was he held the card depicting a man amongst a series of large branches, holding one like a walking stick. So again, maybe like a wanderer one, or a card with a series of naked men and women standing in coffins. So singing in praise of an angel playing the trumpet amongst the heavens. Like resurrection, maybe? Because if they're standing in coffins, I assume that means they were resurrected as like the trumpet sounded. So like a sort of a rapture resurrection sort of a thing. Anyways, now that I know what Alban's cards are, interesting. Okay, so here, Iron Skull. Wreath woman, seeing one with the angel, the old man, the wreath woman clenched his teeth as he handed them to Augustus. His chances of being the winner were looking slim. Augustus took the card and put them amongst the discard pile before sorting through his deck once more. Finally, after a long moment of silence, he pulled out a card showing a hailstorm of branches. Branches Alban knew well. He looked down at his card before Augustus could even call the name. 8 of Wands, he said. Alban felt the claws of defeat dig themselves into shoulders as he stared at his now lone card. He gave a sigh and handed Augustus his card. "I'm out," he said. "At least you can watch," Augustus responded. "Not much in that course of action. Besides, I have someone waiting." Augustus raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" he asked. Alban felt his face begin to burn, his ears igniting like coals of a meek forest flame. "A woman," he said sheepishly. "Ah, I was beginning to wonder if you'd ever do something of the sort," Gunther called. Okay, yeah, this is all Gunther. "Ah, I was beginning to wonder if you'd ever do something of the sort," Gunther called. "You and your good book made me think otherwise." Finn's eyes went wide at that, and he shot Gunther a look to keep quiet about that topic. "You never gave that sort of feeling, you know," Augustus said. "No, I don't. You just seem so doctrinated, I guess." Ah. So this is interesting because Alban has been so caught up in thinking that his love is sinful, or his lust, or feelings for Augustus are sinful, that we haven't really got any sense of, does Augustus feel the same way? Does he care? All we've really heard is about Augustus is greedy, blah, blah, blah. This is our first kind of hint into the fact that maybe Augustus does have feelings for him, but he hasn't acted on those feelings because he knows how religious Alban is, how much Alban thinks that whatever, if he sins, he'll die a sinner, he'll be, like he does, that sort of a thing. So Alban knew what he meant. Despite such guilt he harbored, he still kept a copy of his lord's word among him, one he pried off the corpse of a wandering man, his bones but salt for birds of omen and death. Within its pages he'd been told of adultery, what happens to men who feasted upon such desire and craving before they ever got a chance to exchange such holy and sacred vows of bondage. He knew that, yet he hadn't considered it. He felt his body begin to cool itself. He couldn't think of a rebuttal. Is that what you wanted to talk about? Augustus's words struck Alban like a nail through his hand. Alban? Everyone was quiet. The nobles stared on, confused at this, and one sat impatiently. His breath started to quicken, his chest began to hurt, each one shorter than the last. He felt his desire leaking through. He wanted so badly to court a fair woman. He wanted so badly not to court a fair woman. He wanted the embrace of his fellow, injured, dirtied man. The love of intertwinement between the two within the comfort of sheets. And as he stared at Augustus, he so badly just wanted to tell him how he felt, who he truly was, but he couldn't. To do so was sin, blasphemy. All that came out was a combination of wrath, confusion, and stuntedness. Just forget it, Alban yelled. He pushed out his chair. The only sounds to accompany him being the wicker of flame within the hearth and the clanking of his boots on the wooden floor. He made for the nearby staircase and ascended up, trying not to look at those he just disregarded. The one he told off, the one he loved. Augustus began to get up, only for Beorn to speak. Don't. What do you mean? There's something clearly wrong with him, Augustus shot back. He needs his release from us. What's the point in that, friend? Finn asked. He's clearly emotional at this moment over something. Let the wolf hunt before it makes a meeting with the pack. He's always been an isolated fellow, hasn't he? Gunther asked. Finn gave a face of regret. You're not wrong. Maybe it has something to do with us. I suppose we might not have given him the jolliest time. Make him feel like family. Beorn looked at Finn. In my homeland, those who love their fellow men are weak. Things of meek flesh and brittle bone. You did your best, Finn. He just needs time to himself. Best not to drown the mare in cloth. Interesting. I don't quite know what drown the mare in cloth means. Maybe best not to comfort him. But so both Beorn and Finn know, and they're having this conversation in the open. It's interesting. I thought no one would know for sure. I was like, no, no one must know. But it sounds like Finn does know, and Bjorn at least has some idea. Yeah, smothering inattention. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. And that's interesting, because now I'm wondering, does everyone know kind of that he has feelings for Augustus and for men in general, and it's just something to where they're like, well, he'll talk about it if he wants to, but Alban has never talked about it because he's so ashamed, but it's something that everyone else kind of sees, which, to be honest, is pretty realistic. I imagine when traveling with a band of mercenaries for years or days even at a time, I imagine you begin to know each other pretty well, and they would notice his closeness with Augustus, and anyways, so interesting. Augustus had sat down by this point and took Alban's card and looked at it. He narrowed his, furrowing his worn and snake-like brow. In the back of his mind, he had an idea of Alban's hurt, yet he was unsure if it was to be what he expected. For fateful hands only told so much. The conversation below had fizzled out into mute nothingness and mumbling when Alban had reached the hall that housed the brothel's rooms. It was an old wing, with the orchestrated cages of vermin and insect hunters hanging limply off the walls. Thick bouts of dust and dirt had acquainted themselves with the floor, leaving their light impression upon such a thing. Finn had reserved them a few rooms for that night's rest. That morrow they'd go about for work, yet to whom he did not know. He didn't care. His frustration, his sadness, all of it found itself coursing through the veins of his body, burning with the guilt, the madness, the authority of sin. Sin, that word. Alban hated it, that stupid word. How could such a simple 3-letter word torture him? Yet he knew why it did. He knew why he and all of the man's children, deserved such a punishment. For they now lived outside of Eden. They bore the knowledge of their forefathers' mistakes. It was then he saw the woman outside his room. Waiting with a sort of impatience on her that melted when Alban appeared. He had almost forgotten why he was up here. That game of cards took a bit, huh? He asked. I suppose, Alban muttered. He looked her up and down then. You could have waited in the room. I'm not going to force you to stand out here. I don't know which room is yours, she said. He couldn't disagree with that. He looked about the hall, trying to recall which one Finn said was theirs to encompass. Finally he saw it, room 7, with the numerals embroidered upon the plate that was nailed to the door. In here, Alban said. He motioned for the woman to follow, to which she passed by him and opened the door. The room was as unkempt as the hall before. It was littered with dregs of dust, Hold on one second. Can you still hear the music, Pelagius? Do you like it? I just don't know. I cannot hear it like at all, and so I was just making sure it was still on, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Well, it matters if you like it. I just mean yeah, it doesn't matter that I can't hear it. I should just off my headphones. Nice. Okay. And I was trying to find music that I felt like would fit this story at least somewhat, and so cool. Hell yeah. All right. It was littered with dregs of dust and arachnid silk? Okay. Meaning like spider webs or... Yeah, spider web. Okay. Dregs of dust and arachnid silk. It was barren of any sort of decor, only housing the essentials of a room. A plush bed with a red wool blanket draped over it awaited their union. After it rested a balcony, one that seemed to connect with the other rooms and gave a view of the night air through its slitted windows. Alban walked over to them and drew the shades, and went to lock the door with a key that hung loose from a nail. The woman laid herself upon the mattress and watched as Alban turned around. He looked at her form. He contemplated a moment, wondering, thinking, could he do this? Was it what he wanted? She cleared her throat. Are you going to stand there and look pretty, or am I gonna have to work for your coin? Or am I gonna have to work for your coin? Alban shook his head. I'm sorry, I got a lot on my mind. She didn't seem to notice it herself, but a flash of concern struck her features, yet the woman rushed to hide them behind a veil of clientele? I don't know if I know that word. I assume it just means behind a veil of whatever, like customer service, you know?
Clientele.
Or is it just clientele? Yeah. Behind a veil of clientele. I guess I've maybe never heard it used that word way before.
Clientele.
Yeah, clientele. Okay. I know clientele, I just used in that way. I don't know if I've heard she hid behind a veil of, like, you know, whatever. Clientele, a veil of, like... Anyways, I know what it means, yeah. I do too, she said. But how about we forget it for a bit, Alban sighed. Sure, and you're willing? She looked at him like he was stupid. Right, he said. He began to take off his plate, placing it amongst the floor gently and trying not trying to dent it. His sheath and shield amongst it, and a pile of clothes as he undressed into his shorts. He began to approach and sat amongst the sheets, caressing the woman's face as he pulled in for a kiss. She reciprocated, answering with her own. Yet it lacked. All of it did. The force of it, passionless, emotionless. Want this, Alban thought. This is it, not him. He put his hands behind her shirt, slowly snaking about her skinny, bony back, removing it, revealing her fair skin, radiant, glowing. radiant, glowing. He felt nothing. Her arms slowly began to move about onto his back, grasping for support for what she felt was usual, intending to strip what garments he had left below. He fell forward onto her, unable to drive himself into any sort of remote pleasure. He kissed and kissed her. She answered back each time. However, her hands began to snake further and farther among his back. He ignored it, focusing on her naked chest, her shape, trying to find something, just something. Her hands found the lower part of his left side. She reached for his shorts. Yet all she found was a scar, a flaming, pulsing scar. Alban kicked back in pain, struggling to remove him. Has he been castrated? Has Alban been... I think maybe he has. Fuck, that's a bummer. I know he speaks of the pain of his prior sins and stuff, but that makes so much more sense now, knowing that Alban kicked back in pain, struggling to remove himself as his mark burned. She relented, watching as Alban fell off the bed in a mess of sheets and blankets onto the floor with a loud slam. He looked down at Alban as he struggled to get up, grunting in pain. "Are you all right?" Her mask slipped. Yes, he managed to choke out. His breath was heavy. He tried to process what was occurring. The pain was immense, burning and scalding, still fresh upon his back as the day it had been placed. A branding. Okay, and that's what when I heard about scar, I was like, yeah, I think, okay. I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know. I assumed we'll get there, right? Or it'll become more clear, but yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. Well, and also too, I know chemical castration, and much later in life, much later in history, obviously, chemical castration was a lot more common. But I feel like back in this time, yeah, they would have either just killed you, or they would have marked you in some way, and that's why he's kind of was outcast, right? He probably, maybe they even gave him a choice where they're like, you can either die, you can either ask for forgiveness and die, or whatever, be marked and outcast and live what they would view as like a worse life, because then you would be seen as like living in sin, right? So interesting though. Yes, he managed to choke out, his breath heavy. He tried to process what was occurring. The pain was immense, burning and scalding, still fresh upon his back as the day it had been placed. He gritted his teeth, trying to find something to cling to just to stop the pain. The woman watched from the bed, confused, concerned, and unaware. Yeah, it seems like more of the issue is the trauma associated with his burn and with his lashing, is that he's constantly having these flashbacks to when he was beat and burned and exiled, and clearly that trauma for him is so he's got PTSD bad. Alban began to feel the pain sizzle out, as if the remains of a hearth. He couldn't face her, his embarrassment immense, his pride broken, his mark revealed to her as he turned, and she covered her mouth in shock. His skin was still seemingly red, yet it had dulled, but the flesh was tender, soft, and barely scarred. Yet it was not the mark of a man, a blade, or an arrow shaft, but the mark of the beast burnt upon his back, a ram's face depicted on his harsh, broken skin, a mark of of his sin, a mark of religious heresy, a mark placed upon those of a loving man. A mark placed upon those of a I think does this line hear me, a mark placed upon those for loving men? That seems like what it means, but I just don't know if those of a loving man. It's kind of confusing, the verbiage. Maybe it does make sense. Yeah, I'm just not 100% sure that. Yeah. Anyways, heretic swathed in desire. Yeah, assuming it's just saying like the mark of the beast is, or of this beast is what they put on, homosexual men, essentially. The woman couldn't find any sort of words. She stared in shock at Alban as he sat upon the ground in the position of those unborn. Yeah, he's basically doing the fetal position, right? Yeah. Unbaptized, unknowing of sin, she covered her chest with the sheets remaining amongst the bed, as if someone were to walk in on their intercourse and tried to find something, anything to say. Sir? She managed to squeak out. Alban didn't respond. He lay in shock, all of it crashing upon him. Augustus, his temper, his sin, his loving intercourse that branded him as such an evil man within the eyes of his church, his actions to avoid it, his worship of desire, of lust. What did it bring? What did it? Sir, her voice brought him back to reality, yet reeling and wounded. He looked over to see the woman's concerned face, one of true emotion, one without a mask to cover her indifference, but human concern. I'm alright, You're clearly not, sir. What has hurt you so bad to revert to such a state? Her words cut through his like a mercenary's blade. He grimaced, debating whether or not to tell her. I won't tell a soul, I swear upon it. Even then, you don't have to tell it all, just how I can comfort you. How can I make you forget at all? How can I make you forget at all? Alban thought for a moment, trying to think of what to even start with. If he should even speak of such things, locked under such tight chains, under it all, under everything. I can't do this, he said. What do you mean? What do you mean? She asked. I'm not a man of such things. I don't fondle the look and feel of a woman. I don't caress such things. I don't like women in such a manner. The woman looked stunned for a moment before she shook her head. Then why did you go through with this? Because I thought it was what I was supposed to want, but nay, I can't. It's not the thing I crave, what I lust for. What I love is my fellow man's embrace, yet I can't do that. Why not? I don't see an issue with it. Alban was taken aback. Huh? He stuttered out. Are you religious? Indeed so. Such things, I don't think you should allow such things to dictate what you love. But it's God's law. I can't. But you can. Do you think I care about such things? Alban looked her up and down. No, she said. No, he said, confused. I don't. I couldn't care less. God didn't do anything for me by putting me in my position. Why should I care what he thinks? But because he's our creator. But does the creator control the created? Do your mother and father dictate your destiny? Did they tell you to become a mercenary? No. Exactly, because that was your choice. Even if it was sinful in some manner, it was your choice. Life is your own to walk, not another's to run. Alban sat silently for a moment. You know a lot, huh? I do. After being a morsel for another's warmth and desire, you tend to understand people, what makes them tick. Do you do it by choice? She went silent at that. I do it to get by, for your information. Nobles pay well, whether for an affair or a night's pleasure. I hope to leave this place, find a better life, and settle down by myself. Without a lover? She chuckled at that. Seeing how it all works really disheartens you. Seeing how it all works really disheartens you. I guess so. Tell me, is there someone you love, cherish? Alban didn't need to think. He knew what to say. Augustus, he's my friend. I just don't know how to even talk about that with him. He's so amazing. He's funny, he's sly, he's really caring when you get to know him. But what would he think? What would the others think? Who cares? Sorry, I want to try to do a woman, like, a womanly voice, a sexy escort voice for some of this, but, I'm not a fucking real voice actor here, so what are you gonna do? Who cares? The woman said. Are they your friends? If they can't tolerate you, especially for such emotions, I wonder if they consider me as such. I'm more distant with them than anything. I can tell you, they probably care. Mercenaries are brothers in arms, family. You just need to be open with them. I guess so, Alban said. The sound of distant cheers and footsteps below shook Alban to his core. I guess you'd be best to join them, she said. I never did get your name, Alban said. Eden, and you? Alban. I'll be seeing you, I suppose. Aha! A noise emerged from... Oh, this is Sodom. Interesting. Haha! A noise emerged from Eden's mouth. Those of Sodom have to pay. He gave a sly grin. Alban gave a faint chuckle and ruffled about his clothes for a coin purse. Finally, he found it and poured all of its contents into his hand, then presented it to Eden. Take it, Alban said. You need it more than I do. I have a group to support me, like you said. Eden gave a smile and took the money. Safe travels, and if your friends need a stay, I'll be about the place. Understood, Alban said, putting on his clothes. So, interesting. This town is called Sodom. I assume it's not the biblical Sodom, but it is maybe a sort of a repeat in medieval Roman times, so to speak. Because yeah, if there was a monolith, I almost wonder now, I'm like, is it the Tower of Babel, or something, like... Because yeah, I mean, I don't know the full story of, like, Sodom and Gomorrah and all the stuff. I mean, I know a little bit, and so I'm just interested, and now her name is Eden. It's like, you know, but then there's also the thing of, is that her real name or is that just her prostitute name? You know what I mean? Like, oh, those of the sin Sodom. Okay, those of the sin Sodom have to still pay for her time. Okay, I'll find out her name soon. Okay, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Those of Sodom. Okay. All right. Interesting. I see. Cause yeah, and that's the other thing too. It's like those of Sodom have to pay, and is it like? Because I think sodomy is just like any, technically, like the biblical definition of sodomy, not like the whatever 1800s law definition, but the biblical definition, I think, is just any sex out of wedlock, like any. That's why they call, like, you know, anal whatever sodomy as well, right? Like, it's just any, it's blowjobs, it's whatever, it's all of it, it's all sodomy. Anyways, doesn't matter. Understood, Albin said, putting on his clothes. He decided to leave his armor in the room. He didn't need it now. There was nothing to defend against. He left the room, allowing Eden time to leave it as well before walking down the hall, only to see a room door open, one on the same side as his. He walked about to it, not trying to be nosy, yet his curiosity led him to see why such a place was exposed. And I do find it interesting that her name is Eden. I feel like Alban and Eden, maybe Alban is a biblical name too, and I just didn't know it. Like, I don't know, I'm thinking of like Albany, New York, but also interesting. And I just like that her name is Eden, even if like not much more goes into it than that. The fact that she's the one who tells him that like being who he is okay, and the fact that her name is Eden, of that, and that she kind of represents that, maybe not like that time before sin, but that like understanding that like sinning is just a part of life, you know. There's such a thing as like living in sin, maybe, or being so sinful in terms of like, you know, just killing and raping and murdering. Like, I'm not saying she's saying that all that is okay, but it's like she's saying like sin is just, you know, being sinful is just part of being human, and it's okay, and it's not, you know, it's not up to God, it's up to you, you know, and you can decide what you're willing to live with, you know, because clearly he wasn't able to even live with himself as he was, so he had to find he needs to find a new way to be able to accept himself, essentially. And I like that. And I like that she told him all that, and then that her name is Eden, right? And it almost even kind of matches in a way. It matches even and I don't know if you meant this, if the author meant this, you know, Pelagius, if you meant this, but almost even what the priest was saying when he went to that church after he was burned and scarred and all that stuff. It's like even that priest seemed to be kind of speaking of like forgiveness and I don't know. It didn't seem like he was a bad preacher, although maybe I'm wrong about that because it was just one flashback and maybe I misread it at the time. But so it seems like there are more than a few good figures in this story which are trying to kind of guide Alban to a more stable place where he can learn to live with himself, but I just don't know fully yet, because it's like clearly so many other people, religious people, whatever, led him astray or persecuted him, so very interesting. He gave a small gaze into an open space, finding a room nearly identical to his, with bits of armor scattered about, a bag and a coin purse thrown on the bed, and the same type of door to the balcony. Alban gazed at the bag for only a moment, knowing who it belonged to. He'd seen it a multitude of times amongst the belt of a sly thief, a thief that stole his heart. He walked into the room, wondering where Augustus was. It was then he saw his silhouette amongst the dark outside, staring at the stars above, illuminated by the faintest lamplight. Alban approached and peeled through the door. Alban approached and peeled through the door to it. He saw his form amongst the darkened sky, his slim body, his charismatic gaze, his gentle features, so subtle yet so strong. He looked out longingly at the stars above, their forms about a thousand scattered, as if recently slew blood. This is a beautiful scene. This one last line I was having a little bit of trouble with. He looked out longingly at the stars above, their forms about 1,000 scattered, as if recently slew blood. I don't know, maybe just think about rewriting this sentence, or think about, because it's saying that the stars above, scattered the sky. The stars blanketed the sky as if almost like a blood splatter, the way it kind of goes everywhere, right? Is kind of what it's saying. And I get that image and what it was trying to say. I just think that like the way it's written, especially when I was reading out loud, it just made me go like, what? But I think there is a way to use that imagery of the blood, the way blood splatter goes everywhere. I think there's a way to use that imagery when describing this scene of the stars above, but just the sentence kind of tripped me up a bit, but that's probably just my shitty reading too. He debated to himself, walking outside then. I think this word's supposed to be conversing. He debated to himself, walking outside then. Conversation with him. How would it go after his mishap? Anyways, he debated to himself, walking outside then. Conversation with him. How would it go after his mishap? Would he forgive him? Would he allow his behavior to slide as he did amongst the city streets? But he thought of Eden's words. He took a deep breath and hoped she was right. He stepped through the door. Its creaking made Alban cringe, yet he persisted. Through it, he found him. and a shock. Through it, he found him and a shocked look about him. I suppose your encounter was quick, yeah? He asked. You could put it that way, Albin said. He walked up next to Augustus, looking out at the sky above, a desolate star-filled abyss, put his hand on the railing close to Augustus. How was your card game? Fine enough. Bjorn was actually the one to win it for us. Really? You didn't pull anything? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. His smile was as sly as ever, and it made Albin feel warm inside. About his body, about his mind, all over. You know, I actually learned something from one of those nobles, Augustus said. Pray tell. Told us the father of a nearby church is looking for some workers. Said he has an important task in store for us. All the warmth disappeared from Albin's body. He froze in place as he had before. The smells of burning wicks and incense were yet to leave him. And that bell, that damn bell, its song, one of divinity, one of honor, one of purity. Pure he was not. It seems like Augustus, I don't know, he might know his friend pretty well, but it seems like Augustus is he's kind of dropping the ball here, you know. Albon's about to pour his heart out to him, and he's like, you know, we're supposed to go to a church tomorrow. Don't you love churches? Being when you got that place you got whipped at and burned at, don't you love that? You know what I mean? Like, as clever as it says he is, he seems kind of dumb at this moment. Especially with the others talking about like men who love other men in front of Augustus. I have to assume Augustus heard that. So I'm like, fucking dumbass, you know what I mean? He came to your room after this quick tryst with this prostitute. I think that should tell you something, you know? But I don't know, men are dumb. Men are dumb when it comes to matters of the heart. So what was it you needed to speak about anyways? Albon finally took in Augustus's expression, one of concern, one of anticipation. He knew once it was said, it would not be untold, for such things remained about the air as did quiet hymns. He had to confess, much as he did before this point in time. Okay, I will say he was never told about that. No, Pelagius says he was never told about that, nor was the rest of the group, due to his isolated nature. Yeah, so I guess what we can assume then from that conversation, it was kind of maybe like in whispered tones, so that only Finn and Bjorn could like hear it, you know, earlier, and it was in like a loud bar, so that kind of makes sense, right? It makes sense that Augustus wouldn't know. Much as he did before this point in time. I can trust you, right? He asked. Augustus looked taken aback. Of course. I might be a thief, but I'm no prattling maiden of gossip. He looked into Albin's eyes. I think it's finally time I tell you this, Augustus. Albin clenched his hands on the railing. This was it, his moment to speak, his moment to finally say it. What had eaten him alive like wickering flame, what had torn him asunder and melted his form as if paper or mere wax, who he was. I'm not as pure a man as you think. We're all impure, Albon. Whatever you say is most likely tame in comparison to such escapades. I'm not a courtier of women, Augustus. Augustus looked confused and nervous. Come on, just say it. He had to. He couldn't let this moment pass, this moment of isolation, under the obscure light of Lucifer's moon in contrast to God's blistering known sun, in the light of sin. Embrace it, he thought. Embrace it as Eden. Embrace it as Eden. Embrace it as a courted woman. I court those of our kind, Augustus, men. Not the proper, loving women of gods. No, I'm a heretic. I think it's a heretic, but it says I heretic. A heretic swathed within my desire for you. For thine scent, for thine form, for thine air, for thine breath, for thine sin. The words tumbled out as if fallen demons from heaven. Augustus was quieted. He looked not at Alban, but at the stars. He seemingly contemplated. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoke. Don't, Alban. Don't. Alban stopped speaking at that. He stared, confused at Augustus. Don't apologize. It's apologies written here, but it's supposed to be apologize, right? Don't apologize, Alban. But you don't seem to reciprocate such feelings. Maybe I do, Alban. Maybe I don't. Alban felt a streak of warmth across the stretch of his form. He tensed at it, his mouth seemingly hung agape. You mean it? In a way, I suppose. More as a companion, a comrade to my trickery and mischief, a counter to your morals. In fact, I'm surprised someone of your liking would express such a thing. Why so? Augustus was solemn. When I snook about the streets of cities years ago, I saw men broken and humiliated for all to witness for their crimes against God, never daring to express such things, let alone touch those thoughts, lest a pitchfork spring out from that well. I guess it has been a long time coming to express it. I just needed a push. He waved an arm back to where his room door was. Not just that, Augustus said. When our band stumbled upon you, you were but rags of soil and burnt by virtue. A man lost amongst a greater world war, with a scorned apprehension to their guiding light, but a blind moth scarred by the wickers. Both were quiet, taking another move, instead keeping to their previous positions, as if a game of sin and virtue in one's mind. Finally, Alban spoke. Do you truly have that sort of courtship with me, or am I, as you said, a comrade? Depends what game we're playing, Alban. One of fate, one of rebellion. I care not for what those above us think, nor what our group thinks, nor what anyone thinks. But like the prospect of trickery, there's the resource of others. I don't feel that there's a chiseled path for us amongst this grand tapestry of stone, but the chisel lays near. Either we shatter or we stand the course. Augustus finally turned, and within the dimness of their lighting, Alban thought he could see the slightest bit of red amongst Augustus's face. The question is, what game are we playing, Alban? He didn't know how to respond. I'm unsure, but I feel that this tapestry of silk and chips can be laid out and strategized for the stretch of time. Either you or I may make the first move. It depends on how you're thinking when it comes time to make your mark. Augustus gave a chuckle. You are a charmer, I will admit. 'Tis the same with thou, Alban responded. Augustus began to lean over toward him. To what ends he knew, but he found himself straightened quickly, as if normal, upon the sound of footsteps upon the balcony. Alban looked over his shoulder behind him, seeing the familiar outline of Gunther walking about the balcony, a drunken and distant sway about him. He seemed to pay no mind to the two as he stared out into the dark. Alban turned back to Augustus. What's his plight? You could never really tell with him. He's not the most open of us. I figured most of you were quite vague. Am I wrong? No, but occasionally the time comes to give into confinement. Yet Gunther never has. Finn gladly will, and Bjorn's strange about it. How does he manage? Alban already knew the answer. It was an obvious one, and it hurt him to think about it. Drink, women, really anything distracting works. He doesn't confront his problems, Alban. He runs from them. Have I not done the same? Augustus stared contemplatively. I suppose you do, yes. In fact, I can't remember a time before this when you've actually opened up. You and him are always so distant. Can that change? With time and action it could, but such things await a new morrow. After all, there's plenty of days for us ahead. Ones of strife, ones of labor. Tomorrow may be if our bets are of true value. Wise words from a thief, and such ignorance from a holy man. The two gave a laugh at that. A brief respite that went up in smoke when they remembered Gunther stood about nearby, lost in his consumption. With only the guiding light of a shining brew there to greet his every waking day. A poor and sorrowful realization that Alban never truly realized. For, as himself, others in his manly kin suffered, and he never batted an eye until such was pointed to him. Pointed out to him, maybe, should it say? Pointed out. It was not just that pierced him. He thought of his conversation, his close sin and cursed himself with the temple of his mind. How could he dare to almost lay lips with a man again after the supposedly rightful punishment he'd been dealt? How could he? How could he and Gunther continue on in the knowledge of themselves, of their sins, of their lusts, of their hierarchy, placing others above their creator? How could they? All of his thoughts began to wash away in a grand, disastrous flood. He remembered Eden, A temptress she was. That was all she was. That's all she was. A means of alluring him into a darker version of himself, a character of himself that only thought of his lust, of only his most deep, dark, and boiling sins as a normal recourse. Eden, such a name, was but the devil's play amongst him, tempting him with false hope, for the garden was gone. Its bright, amazing flora and living beings wiped away, and a clean slate only survived by those of holy nature and faith of their God. How could he embrace such a temptress, such a succubus? How could he? It was only then Alban had realized Augustus had gone. Alongside him went Gunther, for he stood amongst the balcony alone, his sins ever boring their painful spines within his back flesh. He looked up at the sky as he had before, a million eyes watching, only hidden behind dark specters of clouds. God probably was looking away in disgust and disappointment at such a nearly horrid act, at such submission to sin. Rightfully so, he felt, for he could never win this game, even with a favorable dealer, a remorseful opponent, for his hate left him the first to withdraw and the last to forget it. So it seems, I don't know if Alban's completely turned the corner. At first I was gonna say he definitely has, but then with these last kind of paragraphs, I'm wondering if he's gonna continue to be conflicted about his homosexuality. I don't know. We'll see. I hope not. But we'll, who knows. But this theme of being a whatever, who would never win this game, even with a favorable dealer, this, I don't know, it goes, I'm wondering if Augustus is, I don't know, maybe supernatural. It says his face was red. I'm wondering if Alban is just going crazy, or if Augustus does have some sort of, maybe he's a whatever, how do I put this? Maybe Augustus is kind of an anti-hero. Maybe he's like a demon or a sinner who is going to maybe lead Alban away from religion, but in doing so save his life or something like that. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of ways you could be saved. You could be saved. There are some people that say being saved means to come to God or whatever. There are other people who feel like they weren't saved until they left the church or until they left a certain way of thinking. So I wonder, He never dreamed often, the man. He went night upon night, merely emerging from his timid slumber without a vision within his nightly shelter. Yet, as he lay amongst the sheets of that old dusty bed, he dreamt. It was as if he was transported outside reality itself, all of it a vague echo of mist and dust behind him as he opened his eyes in a foreign land. At least, that's what he thought. What hit first was the cold. Everything around him was freezing, harshly so. He felt his teeth begin to chatter, yet he snapped them shut tightly. He clenched his fists and looked about where he was, readying, fortifying himself. Yet all he saw was a freezing mist in front of him that stretched on and on into a white void. He looked at the ground below. It was but dry earth, cold and unfeeling, with the remains of some sort of plant scattered about in rows. A field. One brought to its end by something outside itself, supposedly not the farmer. No, but by another hand, by the hand of fate, something uncontrollable. He knew it was, and within his mind, he felt himself begin to panic. His body was shaking, not just from the cold, but the panic within his soul. He looked about, and frantically, with all his might and will, he took his panic and forced it down like stale alcohol in his throat, all of it igniting in a fury unseen when he was awake, unless in the heat of battle. He rushed through the mist, hoping to find his escape somewhere, anywhere. He kept running and running, his feet running over the remains and stalks of plants, once shining wheat brought to a dull, dying gray by the hand tied about the world's strings. Running and running is all he did, seemingly for hours. He wandered his strange place, feeling for an escape, searching endlessly for something, anything, yet there was none to be found. Felt his breath begin to catch in his throat as he ran, the exhaustion and cold mixing and bringing him to his knees. As he sank amongst the dead, he laid down upon his back, out of breath, his might exhausted, all of it used, and for what? All of it was out of his control. What was the point in trying to fight it, trying to fight fate? He did not know, yet he fought tooth and nail to keep fate out of his life, to keep it from taking away everything he had left. The comrades and men he wandered about, the expanse of the world, they knew. The expanse of the world they knew. Side by side, brothers in arms. But such a fight he knew may very well be unwinnable. He gave a small, meek chuckle at that. All of it was an effort unlike that of a boulder pushing man he'd heard a story of during his many jobs over the past decades. Yet he remembered it well. A man slaving away, endlessly toiling against the inevitable. He tried to fight death, escape the river Styx, yet that fight was inescapable. Such was the same as his punishment, forever locked upon a hill, pushing an impossible weight to its hill, only for it to grow too heavy upon his back, impossible for any man to ever carry, not even gods. So he'd try again and again and again, all of it a futile effort. Was that to end the same for him? Was he too supposed to lay down his life over and over again for those he cared for? Or was he to break that cycle? These thoughts were broken upon the sound of clopping hooves. He looked up. Right in front of him on the ground, in the distance, was a dark shade, one he knew well, oh so well. He remembered where he was now, a place he'd been before. A place he'd been before in warning of disaster. Okay. A place he'd been before in warning of disaster. Once, one he'd seen before in ultimate cleansing of those he held, those of his kin, former comrades. He'd seen it again and again, and he stood to face it. What sense was there to lay down? What fate seemed to be calling, when fate seemed to be calling his name once more, to mock him with his efforts. No, he'd beat fate to a bloody pulp for such indiscretion. Closer and closer, the shade came, its form recognizable to him. In fact, he rode many of this beast before, some feral, others tamed, some adept to the latter with time and care. Some adapt to the latter with time and care. Others rejected the latter and embraced their primality, what truly made their hearts beat, a mare. Not just a mare, a black-colored mare, one with a long tangled mess of a mane, greasy and hanging on one side as if to cover its face, its true visage, its true nature. Its fur was slick and unnatural, and he knew damn well why. For when he saw it, flies and insects seemed to accompany, even in the rotted carcass of this cold landscape, for it too was a rotted carcass, hiding its primal innards behind the mane of hair. The smell, it finally hit him, one of rot, one of incense, one of some sort of orthodox place mixed with a rotting body. It finally came face to face with him after a minute. It stood mere feet away from the man. He clenched his fist and he stared at it. It snorted at him with a rotted nose, its breath visible in the crystalline air. He didn't move. He stared at the thing. His face was stern and cold. "What news do you bring me now, you horrid thing?" It did not speak. Instead, it gave approach, close enough to be close to touching the man's face with its towering figure. He could smell the rot off it, hear the maggots internally crawling about its flesh. It shook its mane to its cleaner side of its face, one meant to be seen, and it turned one meant to be seen and turned it to the man. The sight never dulled to the man, despite his brutish features, the sight of nightmares. So, I mean, I'm curious, this whole scene of this dream with the man, I don't know. I mean, I assume this is Alban. I assume that maybe it's a time of a dream before when he was like getting tortured in the church or getting like outcast, you know. I mean, clearly it's symbolic of something. I just don't know really what it means. Hopefully, as the story goes on, I'll get a clearer picture on that. I mean, you know, clearly he's there holds some significance, right, with like him fighting against his whatever homosexuality, and like in some ways he's fighting fate, and you know, it doesn't matter because he'll always, whatever, the boulder will always roll back down the hill. He'll always fall into the river Styx, sort of a thing. And so I get that. I think maybe the horse is supposed to be Augustus, you know. I think Augustus might even, I don't know, like be a horse. I don't know. Anyways. But so I'm like, so what does it mean? Is this dream just showing that that his love, this meeting with this, you know, demon horse or this decaying horse creature, is it just showing that like that is his fate? He was always meant to meet Augustus and fall in love? I don't know. We'll see. But that's kind of like my just layman's immediate interpretation. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I could be missing a lot, or I could be not picking up on other things from earlier in the story that maybe are supposed to give me a clearer picture as to what this means. But it's a cool scene. You know, do I love that it's a dream sequence? Maybe not love it, no, but I find it more like I'm just, if I know what it means, I can decipher a lot more like how much I like it and how much I like it at this part in the story and stuff like that. But because I still am not sure fully where the story's going, you know, it's like we won't know. But it's a cool scene, and I like the drawing the parallels between like the boulder and the man, whatever, falling into the river Styx, as it says. And you know, just this whole idea of like the whole thing that is like people you can't fight. They're like, you can't fight God, or, you know, whatever. But it's like, you also can't fight fate, you know. And to some people, they're one and the same. God controls fate. Fate is God. It's all one and the same. Fate is just God's plan for you. That's what some people think. But then, you know, other people, yeah, it's the opposite. You know, fate is very much something that they think God wants something for them, but it seems like fate is pushing them in an entirely different direction, right? And that's what it seems like Alban is facing, is more of that sort of a situation, you know what I mean? Where what he's been told of what God wants for him, or what God wants him to do, is basically exactly opposed to what fate has kind of been pushing him towards. So yeah, I'm just not, you know, I feel like now in this story, I feel, you know, I liked the scene with Eden and all the stuff, but I'm curious to see what is going to happen plot wise that is going to really, whatever, force these characters forward. Yeah, I'm excited for part 3. Let's put it that way, because it is someone else. That's all I'll say. So yeah, so maybe the dream isn't about Alban at all, and I'm just trying to associate it with that because Alban's our main character. I don't know. Or yeah, anyways, doesn't matter. It's fine. I look forward to keep reading. Let's get on to part 3. I'm gonna run and grab a couple drinks just real quick. So in the meantime, enjoy Hunter talking about Beau is Afraid.
Put in this realm of like, is the perception reality, or is it through Beau's mind? Who knows? The one thing that I really loved about this chapter 1 sequence is for a movie that is supposed to be about, anxiety, depression, just this chaotic evil. The movie is so funny. I was so surprised by how much I laughed at this movie. There's this great shot that was so funny. You see Bo from the distance just dead sprinting down the road, and as soon as he starts to get to his apartment complex, this like completely tattooed man chases him into this building. It's done in a way where it looks like this is an everyday occurrence. Another great standout moment from this chapter is Bo is given like a new kind of pill, and you have to take it with water, and every source of water in his apartment is shut off, so he has to run across this chaotic street to then it's like the bodega next door, and he is trying to buy a water that's like $1.70, and he has the dollar and he's trying to dig out change, but as he's doing it, the door that he left open, every single absurdist evil character is like pouring into his apartment, and it's just really funny. There's a lot of great comedic setups, and the whole first chapter sets us up beautifully with showing Bo as like a hypochondriac, the absurdist nature of what this movie is going to be, along with like the comedy that's to be expected, and all of it was just, it's fucking great. Joaquin also is like, obviously he's a great actor, but he embodies this like very meek, funny guy that is so kind of relatable in a way. I just released a cartoon called Melvin, which it has similar themes of like the way that I wanted to make a character that embodies all of the poor ways that I handle my emotions, or the way that you're a pushover. I do feel like Ari Aster is doing something similar, where I feel like it's just the insecure, maybe hypochondriac version of himself that is completely manifested into the character, and it's just really fucking cool to see. I really liked it. There's a lot of parts in the movie that are like, what the fuck does this mean? And one of these things for me, which I think I need to do like multiple rewatches of this film, but his balls are so big. And later in the film, you find out it's because his mother lied to him and said that his dad had sex with her and it killed him, and he has the same kind of disease. So I think it's supposed to be like, oh, he's never had sex, and that's why his balls are so like swollen. But they're massive. They are so big.
I forgot about that part of that movie. All right, I'm back. We're here. I wasn't gonna make you watch, too much of that video. It's more just that I gotta stay hydrated while I read, and I gotta stay energized, but also my voice. I know when reading these long ass parts like this, I know some of these stories I'm like, my voice can get a little raspy, so. But I hope, Pelagius, I hope my reading of it has been helpful, so far. I hope, I'm enjoying doing it. I hope you're enjoying listening to me or seeing my interpretation of it. It's fun. It's an interesting character piece, at least right now, if nothing else. And I feel like so much of when there's stories about like historical period pieces about like the past, I feel like they're so often trying to beat you over the head with like, well, this wasn't acceptable back then, and so like every character is like so like, there's no nuance. It's like they want to show you that, oh, everyone was really religious back then, and so there's no characters that are even kind of like, well, I don't really know if I even believe in God or whatever. But what I like about this story is it seems to kind of run the gambit, and you have multiple characters telling Alban like, hey, whatever, being gay might be a sin, but who cares, whatever. It's not that big of a deal, kind of thing. And I like that in an older story, because like you have to imagine that over the years, just like in today, it's like there's people who really give a fuck and are really devout, and then just like most everywhere, it's like there are plenty of people who just are getting by and who are just like, it don't really make no difference to me. And there's a lot of people who are, either going towards or coming away from a certain type of thinking, and so it's like, where is that? How come everyone, when we watch these like historical movies or whatever, everyone is like so sure? There's no one who's unsure about anything, and it's it's a little cartoonish, and in some ways in a movie it makes sense. I get it. It's a movie. It doesn't have as much time, to whatever, so it's like there can't be character growth with every character in the movie, but at the same time I'm just like, there's some times where I look at the way a certain movie is and I'm like, or a certain the way certain, like, let's say men are portrayed in like a specific 90s movie, and I'm like, we're really all dudes like that? All guys were like that in the 90s? There wasn't one guy who was a little bit different, you know what I mean? And so that's what I'm talking about. It's nice. I like it. So we're still kind of in the dream sequence, it looks like, which was interesting because I thought it was maybe going to be over, but now from the fact that, when are we going to get some substance abuse? I guess alcohol. You could say the alcohol abuse is substance abuse, but I was hoping they get some like whatever, Roman LSD or something. But interesting, and uh it is someone else, that's all I'll say. Okay. Right. Okay. What it was for sure. The man. Okay, the man looked upon a beastly mare that stood before him. His face was rotted and writhing. Yeah, and writhing with maggots and flies. The flesh was tender and slick, with fresh blood seeming to pour out with each bit devoured by the concoction of broods that resided within its face flesh. It glistened with a sickening sort of beauty, and behind that flesh was the dirtied and bloodied skull of this supposed mare. The mare's hollow eye socket held nothing but an eternal dark. The man was hesitant about staring into it, yet as he tried to step uh, back, the mare only came closer. He took a breath. He took a breath. Took a breath. The man did. He knew what he'd see signs of, the fate meant for his comrades and possibly himself. What this beast was to predict, like a demonic oracle that followed him at every turn of his life, ever since that one fateful day as but a meek boy. The violence he saw, the gore and wrath inflicted upon all, yet he survived, undeservingly so, left to live traumatized by such things, and to forever witness such things in his mind, or when dreams like this happened. For he knew the sight of this field, not just from a spectral vision of sleep, but from a burnt and dying home, one of family, heredity, love. All of it vanishes, a puff of smoke. All of it frozen in time for him to witness over and over again. A reminder of how he acquired this beast from his father, and from him his father, and so and so forth. Maybe it was a gift, yet all he saw was a rotted thing of malice and sacrifice within this dream, an omen of death, an omen of fate. As he stared into that socket, he saw shadows of visions, of flashes of things to come, all of it, all orchestrated by the hands of, of fate in brief, uttered glimpses for him to piece together, vague flashes with meaning outside his comprehension. And that last sight to him, the last thing he saw, was but his fate. He pulled away, gasping for air, yet his throat burned with a cold anger as he did. He looked at the beast. He knew this day would come eventually. In a way, he felt somewhat happy. He never had a steed, I think it's supposed to say here. A steed. He never had a seed. Oh. Oh, okay. No, I guess I'm wrong. Sorry. I was confused about that. Because he's talking about the horse, right? So, knew this day would come eventually. In a way, he felt somewhat happy. He never had a seed, never sprouted a child for such misfortune and omens to follow. He would die the last of his blood. And he laughed at that thought. He laughed in the face of fate, in the face of his warning. He laughed, for he in the end would win. Yet such a thing was not to be said of his comrades. He realized as he truly processed what he saw, for he was not to die alone. It was then he could hear a distant roaring laugh that echoed about the sky and shook the earth below his feet. The mayor stood unaffected. He gritted his teeth and looked at the horse, motionless, emotionless. He clenched his fist tighter, tight enough to draw blood, and rushed at it, intending to beat it to death in anger. In the hatred of the news it brought, the fate had won, fate won, fate won. But as he went to bash the creature's face, it disappeared in a cloud of familiar lingering smoke. He coughed and coughed as he collapsed in the cloud. His throat burned and writhed for clean air, yet he felt his eyes grow heavy, his breath run out. He awoke with a start, the meek chirping of autumn birds outside. None the wiser were there to ground him. The sight of the rising sun on the horizon and the distant church made him freeze in fear, for Bjorn knew the fate that he and all were soon to face. So it's Bjorn's dream. Ah, I see. I that was what I was about to literally ask and be like, so it's Bjorn's dream. So does that mean all the flashbacks were Bjorn in the first parts of the story too? Yep, based on Norse mythology. Okay. Hmm. I mean, that's a good twist for sure. Okay, no, just this. Okay. Okay. That makes more sense cuz I was like, what, the whole part of him like having the whips on his back and everything, like that sounds like Alban, you know? And it talked about the mark and I was like, so is Bjorn marked too? But that makes more sense that this dream is just unique to Bjorn. So it's from Norse mythology. So is there any, I guess what I want to know before I continue is like, Is there anything I'm missing that I should know about like what this decaying horse means from Norse mythology? Does that just mean that like it said that he knew his companions would soon face uh like whatever they're gonna soon die, or their fate is not good, sort of a thing. And so symbol of sacrifice. Okay, so someone's gonna have to make a sacrifice. Maybe Beorn specifically. Um, okay, interesting. All right, I guess let's continue. I'm kind of wondering. Hmm. Yeah, a trusty steed for sure. Yeah, man's greatest companion. Yeah, that makes. I mean, that all makes sense, and I understand. Like, yeah, the color black. Yeah, no, I got the whole black. Like, I get that it was a symbol of like death. You know, for them. I don't know if it was saying. And then when it was talking about the curse that had come down through the family and that it would finally end with Beorn, I didn't know if that maybe that's just referring to like that he comes from a line of warriors, and so I don't know, whatever, they all whatever sacrifice and they all have to kill, and so whatever, now it can end with him. I don't know. I'm just kind of processing it, and I'm wondering what it means for Alban and what's his name, Augustus and Gunter and all of them. But guess we'll have to find out. Alban awoke to the sound of distant ringing. It drew him from his slumber, his eyes heavy with exhaustion and weakness. He gave a groan as he sat up in bed, rubbing what was left in his irises out. He looked about the room, at first confused at their location, before everything hit him like a sack of bricks to his skull. He felt his breath catch in his throat as he realized everything he said and admitted. The trick he very well may have fallen for from the wicked mistress of the night. Yet he knew in the back of his mind she wasn't. She only sought to help, but his religious pedestal forced him into such thoughts, especially at that night's end. It's how he lost his chance. Good, he thought. Such sin was never acted upon. Yet he cursed himself so as he remembered the fall of lust he'd taken with that mistress and his admission to the feelings to Augustus. He grabbed the soft fabric of his pillow and brought it to his face, screaming into it a number of obscenities to avoid God hearing it. God, that word, like sin, bounced about the emptiness between his skull and brain. For today, he knew it was a holy day, a day of rest, the day they were to find work. He sprung from bed, throwing off his sheets, and ran to the window to see that the dawn sky, still early and untainted, with that church staring back at him. He gave a breath. He gave a breath of belief. They still had time to prepare themselves, him and the group. He walked about the room, grabbing his armor, knowing it was the best he could muster to be ornate upon this holy day. He strapped his sheath to his side, and his shield was slung upon his back, displaying the group's logo. Such a logo was, in a way, an inadvertent bit of spite toward what he considered holy, especially in a cushy place such as this. It was violent, it was brash, unapologetic, yet it was a spite against seduction, against sins of lust, something one of their members seemed all too eager to commit to avoid what plagued him, while another hid it behind a shield of denial and religious dogma. Alban made his way out of his room before he began to knock about the doors of his comrades to wake them. Finn was the first to emerge upon this, seemingly having been ready before Alban even awoke. Then came Augustus, to which Alban couldn't even muster to look at. Third was Beorn, who emerged with a more quiet measure about him, unspeaking and unresponsive even to Finn as he tried to make small talk. Finally came Gunther. He emerged from his room, pale with signs of a hangover amongst his breath. "Quite a night, eh, lads?" He gave a mischievous smile. "Suppose you could say that," Augustus responded, his voice dry. "What's with you?" "Oh, nothing. Just a hard time sleeping, that's all." Augustus's tone was one of exhaustion. It made Alban feel a pound of guilt upon his back that strung his mark even more. Maybe he thought about their conversation a lot last night. Maybe he was the cause. Finn, I need to speak with you, Beorn said. There was nothing but a look of serious in Beorn's eyes as he said this. "What is it, my comrade?" It's a pressing matter, friend." Finn's bubbly exterior seemed to dissipate as Beorn said this. "What is it?" Beorn looked at the rest of the group and shook his head. "I can't discuss this one-on-one. You all need to know." Beorn motioned toward Alban's room, which led out to the balcony. The group followed him toward it, all of them overlooking the site of the distant church and the distant hills and forest, all of which painted a mix of dark hues and purple and bright oranges. Finn looked to his friend, the man he knew the longest in this group, ready to support whatever he had to say. The rest looked at him in anticipation, ready for what he was to say. It took him a minute, and then he began. "In my culture, where I'm from, we have certain beasts, creatures that lurk about its landscape. My family, we always had a sort of beast following us. Ever since the dawn of man, I suppose. A falgia. A thing that follows men to their fortune or their fate. My grandfather saw it many times, including before his death. My father saw it before I lost him, and I've seen it many times throughout my travels. Every time I lay eyes upon it in my dream, it always tells me of another's fate. Yet now it's told me of ours." The group was silent. "What did it say?" Augustus asked. "That we are to die. I don't know how, but all it said was that we would. Damn it, I should have said something when I got that damn card." Beorn began to grasp the railing tightly in his skull, crushing hands. Everyone was in shock, not even knowing what to say, all but Augustus. "You mean my cards? Yes, yes, your cards. You said they had meanings when you painted them, no? Alban had no idea Augustus was an artist, let alone the designer of such a unique collection of cards. It only made him seemingly admire him more. Yet he pushed it down, focusing on the current situation. Uh, that I did. That I did. His eyes went wide. Which one? Which one? Just which one, Bjorn? This is important. Bjorn began to clench the bar tighter and tighter, it creaking as if it were to snap any second now. The tower. Augustus went quiet, disturbingly so. What does the tower mean? Alban asked. Augustus couldn't even face Alban. Augustus, what does it mean? Tell us, please. His panic was plentiful and spilling out. It means disaster, Alban. It means disaster, chaos, trauma. Even in the best circumstances, we might avert it or possibly be able to resist it, but it also means delaying the inevitable. His face was pale and disturbed. So there's no good course at all? Gunther asked. No, it seems not. What if it was all a dream, Bjorn? I mean, maybe it is, right? Maybe, Finn asked. Yet Bjorn shook his head, and Finn knew he would, just hoping and clawing for anything positive to grab onto, but nay. There was nothing. Everyone stood in silent contemplation, wondering what to do. Finally, Finn spoke. Look, I know that things look bleak, men. But I wouldn't be a good leader if I didn't give any sort of morale to my fellow brothers in arms. We may not have a fortunate outlook, but I can assure that with enough hope, enough faith will get us out of this. We will not be a death march, for I didn't bring us here to become bones and minced meat. We will get through this, I promise. Just don't lose faith. Don't lose hope. No one spoke, but instead a silent sort of agreement came then. They may be doomed, but they could only hope that it was as inevitable that it they may be doomed, but they could only hope that it was as inevitable as Augustus's cards said. I think it meant to say it wasn't here, right here. But they could only hope that it wasn't as inevitable as Augustus's card said. Finn looked out in the distance toward the church. We need to get going. We have work to do and payment to earn. We need to get going. We have work to do and payment to earn. The group began to leave the balcony, yet Alban felt himself being watched. He turned back to give one distant look at the church. For as it saw through him, it saw his sins once more. It made his skin crawl. He knew what he had to do, and he'd do it for the group's sake, for their morality was on the line. They descended the stairs down into the main part of the brothel. Where the tables were being cleaned from the night before by its workers, presumably before heading to the church. Amongst the groups of people, Alban spotted her, Eden. She was walking outside where they were going. Alban felt a mix of emotions. The pragmatic side of him that preached religion felt she had deceived him and tried to make him a thing of sin, while his other half saw her as a concerned friend. He didn't know which to feel. There we go. Damn it. This may be the last time he saw her. As they exited, Alban suddenly pushed past a few members of the group, trying not to alert them so he could reach Eden. He approached her, to which she turned with a look of artificiality upon her face, at the moment trying to sell her services even in this early morning hour. Yet upon the sight of Alban, her mask once again slipped, seeming happy at the sight of him. "I suppose you're doing well, sir, on a fine morning such as this?" she asked. "Excuse me, sorry." "Not exactly," Alban said. "How so?" "Our fates, it's in the balance of a coin flip. One of our members seemingly had a vision." Eden almost laughed before she saw the seriousness on Alban's face. "Really?" "It is what he said. Bjorn is a quiet man. He never speaks an ill truth, and it seems that today we may very well be punished or ascended." Eden was quiet at this. She saw the rest of the group walking by and asked, Where are you off to?" "The church, unfortunately. We're looking for work and they have it. Seems to be our only option." Eden froze at the mention of the church. Alban gave a look of concern. "What?" "I've heard whispers of something, Alban. I never passed those doors yet. I heard of a supposed thing from clients. They called it Le Idole." "That like an idolin?" "Le Idole. Sometimes they call it Les Spans Fresh Tarascone." Her French was broken, yet it seemed to get the message across. Alban looked confused. "What's that?" "I'm unsure, sir. All I know is its name and its reverence to his populace." She grabbed Alban's hand, warmed to the touch with her heart, her emotions. "Please tread carefully, Alban. I don't wish to see you disappear into nothingness." Alban gave a delicate, understanding nod. You really did care." Alban let go of her fingers slowly and began to set off. Giving a wave goodbye, she began to catch up with the group. Eden could only stand and watch as he left. She shook her head and began to walk away from the brothel. She couldn't do this today, for her mask needed repair, and her token amount of coinage needed counting. She needed time, for she knew Alban didn't have much. Hopefully such time would be generous to his soul. Hopefully. As if bearing the guilt of his sins upon his back, Alban slowly walked with the group toward the church. He knew what was to come. That bitter ringing, the smell of incense upon his nose hairs, strong enough to burn them, the sounds of chatter of those who chose to congregate, and the words of the priest within a sermon. No one spoke, all of them dreading their supposed fates. If Beorn's vision was to be correct, each footstep echoed hollowly against the ground as if stone upon bone. Finally, they were at its entrance. Men and women swarmed past them in lines and droves, ready to receive the guidance of their lord, ready to joyfully serve him. But Alban felt nothing but dread. He looked up, seeing the monolith of the building before him, its structure ornately carved and shining brightly amongst the early morning sun, as if designed to do so. A large glass window sat at the center of carvings of trumpet-playing angels, yet the window itself was unique, for upon its stained glass was depicted a lamb staring absently into the distance. Hold on 1 second. Staring absently into the distance. Alban shuddered as he looked at it. It was a sign of sacrifice, a strange one to have at its entrance especially. He and the group finally began to approach the large doors, of which were made of dark wood. Before them stood a priest. He was a large man. He was ornately dressed in fine garb, with 2 large crosses on either side of his robe, each ornately dressed with a gold lining, and inside each was depicted a mountain. His face was old and one of fatherhood. His hair hung in gray strands, seemingly greasy and unkempt. So that's the unkempt man, right? From his cards, from Alban's cards, maybe. I don't know, but then there was also a priest, I don't know. But the cards, yeah. He held out his hand each time a person passed, shaking and greeting them. Then came Alban's group. His face already was in a joyful smile, and when he first saw Finn approach, his mouth seemed to stretch and crack as if it couldn't contain such a grin. It made Alban uncomfortable. "Aye, newcomers to thy church, tell me, who art thou?" He spoke German, fluently and smoothly, as if it was second nature, but then again, how did he know they spoke such? Finn Ferguson of Hibernia, leader of the Murtoire of Lenon Shidi. Finn didn't question such at all. He merely went about his usual theatrics. Pierre Bram of the Terraskion Eglise. You travel quite far from such a land. Tell me, are these men twixt your jolly band? He asked. That they are, friend. Finn's jolly and gullible outlook always seemed to come back when he came face to face with a new soul. Such was his sheltered way. Such was a draw. Such was a flaw. Well then, feel free to attend today's service. We're glad to have fellow members to enjoy our readings and sermons. That we shall, Finn said. I will say I will need to speak with you after the service. I heard from a certain Franksman that you're looking for work. That position, he seemed to flick his wrist in a dramatic fashion at that. Yes, we can arrange something of the sort. It'll just need some discussion. Please go take a seat. I have plenty more hands to shake and greet. Finn gave a nod and the group followed him through the line of noble men and women accompanied by their children. All of the group was in awe. The ceiling was low, yet the whole place was polished to a T, their faces visible in the marble floor and in the various church ornaments. And at the center of this congregation, at its head, was an elevated area of floor with a lectern and altar behind it, visible through rafters up and elevated above in the air. Illuminated and lit by orange morning light was that bell, that God-forsaken bell. A man stood at the top, a rope in hand, seemingly biding his time before he gave a ceremonious ring. All of it was a reminder to Alban. He believed in God, yet he tried to avoid these places, these painful, horrible places that smelled of incense, of melting wax and candle smoke. Ones where choirs sang a haunting melody before him, where preachers raved and spoke madly, or not, preaching of times to come, hardship to endure. Then there were those memories, the ones that hurt, of persecution before an audience, the ones where he saw another man's face, lusting over its masculinity, a chiseled form, and engaging in the most nefarious of acts with him. That was till he was caught by a holy man who was not just a father in church role, but a father to Alban, a man so disgusted. Alban felt a hand on his shoulder, and he looked up to see it was just Augustus. He was ushering Alban along as people muttered in quiet spite behind him. He caught himself in thought again. Finally, the group sat, lining themselves up in the middle section of pews. They were made of just pure wood, carved by the skilled hands of some sort of master craftsman, like that of Augustus. As they sat, the crowds of people around them chatted, all of which on topics of varying discussion, it seemed. How's the wife? How's the gremlins you call children? How is your crop yield? At least that's what Alban thought. He didn't understand French. He couldn't help but stare for a moment out into the nothingness as the mundanity of it all collected around him. Such places made his mind wander, and that reminder would creep back in. He turned to Augustus, who sat beside him, trying to scratch for something to keep his mind from slipping away. You never told me you made those cards. You never did ask, Augustus responded. I thought they were merely a unique trinket from foreign lands, possibly swiped off the back of an adventurous aristocrat. Nay, I designed them, gave them meaning. I always did think life had a strange way of working. How so? It means he's not as thorough a believer as you, friend, Gunther cut in. Really? Alban asked. Augustus laughed a bit at that. I never really believed in a god. If there was one, why would he have inflicted my position on me? A boy scrapping by in a wealthy empire of elites, not of the fortunate few. A child with no purpose, only able to sin to live. Then they ask me to repent for surviving? Please, such is artificial. There's no empathy. All he and his followers see is sin, and that's all they equate it to. Alban took a minute to consider such words. Such may have been true in his case, a lack of understanding of true love from his parents, from his father, yet he grimaced. He knew he was a sinner, just for who he loved, what he loved. But did he hold others to that standard? I never found myself thinking that, Alban said. 'Tis is the course for a man of the cloth, it seems. The group was silent for a moment after that. That was until Beorn spoke. Religion isn't important to just Alban, you know. My beliefs are strong, superstition and signs of destruction. I suppose that is the same for you, Augustus. He gave a pause to think before saying, that sounds about right. I always held belief. Is this Finn saying this? Okay. I always held belief. Not in thou's sort, but a mix, I suppose. Signs of action and a God above. It always caught my imagination. My family was good in that regard. They were sheltering, but they were loving, always pushing me to think, to imagine, to explore, Finn said. That is how you got this band together. Funding from them, Beorn responded. 'Tis true, all of you, hired by me. But Alban, thou art the exception. You stumbled upon us, right? He asked, as if waiting for confirmation. Alban was silent as he remembered that night, the night after his most recent attempt to rekindle himself anew upon exile, upon branding, bruised, scattered, bloodied, and afraid. All of it stopped when he emerged from the tree line into an area of plains with wickers of flame licking at the dark like a dog does its wounds. Yes, it is. It's funny how that worked out, friend. We thought Gunther was the last we'd need, but then you came along. Gunther didn't even speak. He didn't dare express what drove him to such a cause, what he believed. I hope I'm a good addition in your eyes, Finn, really. Thou art a great man, Alban, one of the greatest I did know. You're quiet, but I see heart in you. Thank you. Alban gave a weak smile at that. It was then he felt his skin crawl as the sound of the organ began to fill the room. He hadn't noticed it when he came into this place. It was off in a corner, seemingly neglected until now. When it came to life to scream the collected sin and dust from its mouths. As it did, the crowd of people seemed to silence immediately, as if a fingertip to a cradle. Then a series of heavy footsteps as a priest began to walk down the aisle. His heavy figure was imposing and grandiose as the bell above. He stretched out his arms before him, and as he slowly made his way to the lectern, as if embracing the air about him, after a long crawling stare at this man, he made it to the raised earth and walked behind the lectern. On it was a Bible. He cleared his throat. It was then Alban felt his heart sink. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The bell let out a harrowing cry so loud it overplayed the organ and drowned it out as if it was a feeble insect. Alban felt his breath catch in his throat as it rang. He remembered that moment so clearly every time it rang. Bonjour! The priest's voice was loud and heavy with a French accent as he spoke clearly, his native tongue unlike German. Bonjour, the crowd said in unison. Oh my god. I was like, wait, is the whole sermon in French? Holy shit. Okay. I'll do my best. I might skip some of the parts if they're just in French, but Je solos la bienvenue à tous des j'étais joyeux assemblée. It's like visitors novatus anciens. He gave upward motion with his hand, signaling for all in the room to stand, and before the group knew it, everyone was singing. Alban knew what that meant. He looked at the hymn book, finding it on the back of the pew in front of him. He grabbed the book of hymns and stood, opened it, only to be met with a foreign language he couldn't interpret nor number. He didn't understand it, yet even then it sounded off. Everything about it, its tone, its pitch, the organ sound, all of it was strange. Off in a minuscule way. Alban thought he had to be imagining it. He stood there unsure of what to do with himself until he decided to just mouth along to the words. He felt horrible doing it, yet he had no context as to what he should sing. Neither did the rest of the group. Well, except Finn, of course, yet Alban could hear him seemingly leading the congregation in song. He was too enraptured in this already. He got a bad feeling at that. you do the thing where you mouth, yeah. Oh my god. You just say vacuum cleaner and over and over. Vacuum cleaner. Vacuum cleaner. There's a lot of people. Here's the thing. I don't like singing. I think singing hymns sucks. I think like, you know, Catholicism, whatever. A lot of the old style hymns suck. Where I would have thrived as a kid, because I do like to sing. I would have thrived in like a Southern Baptist church where they're like, praise the Lord, oh Jesus, you know, like, and just fucking clapping along and like dancing, you know, like I would have liked that. But singing in church is like, it's always on. It's someone always makes it. The way that I see it is the same way that Alban is noticing Finn being enraptured, and he gets a bad feeling at that. Someone always makes it uncomfortable. Whether it's the woman who's like going out into the aisles and like going like this. They're not even singing, but they're just like. They call it like being alive in the spirit or whatever. It's very uncomfortable. Also, the people who like start crying almost immediately, that's always made me feel uncomfortable. So as much as I like singing and whatever, I think it can be a fun part of church. I also like, I always remember like, because there are some okay Christian songs out there that are like fun to sing along to and stuff like, none come to mind right now, but I just always remember like getting into it a little bit, but then seeing the people who are like so into it that it's scary, and then being like, well, maybe I won't sing quite as loud, you know what I mean? But there are some good Christian songs out there, let's be honest. What's that song, Christmas Shoes? That's a good one. It's kind of a Christmas song too, but Sir, I wanna buy these shoes for my mama, please. That song. There's some fun, just whatever. Or there's some like Christian metal songs that I used to listen to. I think like The Devil Wears Prada is technically a Christian, whatever, hardcore metal band. But anyways, it is kind of a funny scene, right? It's a funny scene for Alban and for Finn getting into it. And then it's also funny that Alban's like, I'll sing along. And then he just can't. And then everything just seems off. And maybe that's just because it's a French congregation, or maybe there's some other reason we don't know yet. But it's a funny little thing, because even people who aren't religious, it's like most people have been to at least one church service in their life, or like maybe a few times. And everyone knows this feeling of just feeling awkward at a church that you don't go to. Like, I've been to a Catholic church service before, and I remember when they all got down on the knee things, and I was like, what the hell? I thought they were footrests the whole time. And then everyone like got down, and I was like, whoa, that's weird. Yeah, have a great night, Pelagius. Thank you. Hopefully you can watch the rest of the VOD later sometimes, but this is actually a good moment for me to take another break then if you're leaving. So peace out. Thank you for watching. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'm going to continue reading. And hopefully you like, the rest of the VOD and like the rest of my reading and reaction to it. So hopefully you'll check it out. Peace out.
Big that it's you first see them and you're like, what the Before we exit chapter 1 as well, we have to acknowledge that Bo was supposed to go to the airport, but through the circumstances of what's happened, he has to basically reschedule his flight, and he ends the call with his mother where she's disappointed. And the chapter ends with him getting a call from a UPS driver that found her body, that her head was crushed by a chandelier and she's fucking dead. So before we even leave the city, before Bo even leaves, he is conflicted, like, is his mom dead or not? And we get like a very brief cameo of Bill Hader as the UPS driver, and it's just really funny. But that just like propels us into him having an emotional breakdown and getting hit by a car, which is like, it's just such a beautiful way to transition us into chapter 2. Chapter 2, like I said, is about Bo starting his new life. Basically, the people that hit him with his car have been taking care of him, and he's living with this Midwest religious family. They have a dead veteran son that they are kind of like replacing Bo with. The parallels between every family in this movie that is introduced is disconnected, it's disjointed, but in just different ways. In this way, the parents that are taking care of Bo, and the two parents are Nathan Lane and Holly from The Office. I don't know the actress's name. She's awesome, but Holly, Michael Scott's whore. No! They are so funny, but they are also like so emotionally manipulative, and it seems like they are not processing the death of their child in an appropriate way at all. And it's this awkward thing where they are like immediately making Bo this like replacement of their son, and it makes the chaotic energy of their daughter that much more insane. Nathan Lane is like this doctor, and there's this great scene with the daughter where she's like, she just takes this whole thing of pills, you don't even know what it is, and he's like, don't be mixing those with the other pills you took. They're like, she's gonna do what she wants because she is like this doped up kid that they just don't really care about, because I think they're so blinded by the trauma of what happened with their son that they're just kind of like, you know, she has pills, whatever. Like, guilt is another huge part of this, of Bo feeling guilty for not being able to make it to his mom's house. And his mom's lawyer basically calls him and they're like, Bo, you're fucking up. You're such a disappointment. You're not here. We can't even bury the body. We can't have a service. So it's just this decaying corpse without a fucking head just sitting here because they're waiting for Bo to get there. And it's another underlying theme of guilt, of Bo feeling guilty that not only did he miss the flight, but now he's like stopping the funeral of his mom. But that guilt translates so well because I feel like the parents feel guilty over their son's death, and they feel guilty for not being able to, I guess, protect him in a way, because they're letting the dead son's buddy, who was a war vet, the shell-shocked veteran, live in the backyard in a trailer, and he's like emotionally totally unhinged, and they have to like sedate him with syringes. It's like a twister. I was having a panic attack watching this guy. There's so many moments where this huge man is just like glaring at Bo through these like glass doors, and Nathan Lane, who's like steals the show of this movie, is just like, Bo, don't worry about him. He's a big teddy bear. He hasn't had his pills yet. And it's there's so many great moments with Nathan Lane trying to be like a cool dad, you know, like, I'm gonna catch you on the flip-flop, Bo, and you're like, it's just so out of place. But I mean, chapter 2 is basically just a large character study of a family not processing emotions, each individually such interesting characters. Nathan Lane is like a hotshot surgeon who is taking care of Bo, but also he keeps like making up reasons why he can't take Bo to his mom's funeral, and it kind of seems like they're just trying to sedate him and like make him feel comfortable enough to where he'll forget about his old family and just be indoctrinated into this new family. The mom is just as crazy. There's this great moment in this dinner scene where they're like they're all holding hands as if they're praying, but they're not saying anything, and they're just looking at this like picture of their dead son. Underneath their dead son's like painted portrait, it's like, it's not goodbye, it's just like a temporary hello. It's a really weird sign that's like, you would find it at like in someone's bathroom. I don't fucking know. It's just such an inappropriate sign to have under like a dead child's photo.
All right. Back to it. The thing with Finn was that when he met someone and found their interest, he partook in it to the fullest extent, to where he's so seemingly brainwashed and hyperfixated that he'd do whatever the person wanted. He could only hope that this father, this Pere, was one with the best intentions, not one to harm. He could only hope maybe this was a sign. Maybe all of this way a large carving ingrained in stone that merely read, not one to harm. He could only hope maybe this was a sign. Maybe all of this way a large carving ingrained in stone that merely read, "Get out." Finally, the hymn concluded. And the group sat once more as prayers began to be recited. Alban again mouthed along when needed. It hurt to do so, especially in the house of God, in such a sacred place. Yet he remembered the hurt it did unto him, justly or unjustly. He still felt unsure. In front of a seemingly endless populace in front of the altar, he had his arms tied, beaten, and naked. The point? To humiliate. Then he came. The true humiliator, a large man brandishing. Oh God, it hurt to think about. Oh God, the sizzling smell of burning, smoldering metal. It fried the hairs in his nostrils. It made him clench his teeth till they began to crack and reduce to nothing but fine bone dust. He cried in agony, cried out of pain and wrath as the iron was placed upon his naked back, as it sizzled and murdered his virgin flesh. He heard a voice amongst the smoldering sound. Thou art mine, sodomite. Thou art deserving of my mark, a lustful heir of a holy man. His pure cloth to which he named you. Alban the sodomite, a tainted white. Thou art the beast now, my color of rot, my color of ruin. He screamed, thrashed about, only to be hit into submission or bound by his restraints. In a way, he got off easy. He was the son to a priest, a well-renowned one within the ranks of the Holy Roman Empire. He was lucky, yet his fellow engager, his fate was horrid. Alban didn't feel nearly as much of the hellfire as his partner. His now tender and beaten flesh was strapped upon a large wooden stake, seemingly driven into the ground by a Nephilim, wrapped in chains about the wood, and prevailed high into the heavens for God to see. For his angels, for his fellow denizens of the kingdom above, for his son, for those below, for those who suffered amongst hellfire, those who were castrated and impaled about their faces by horned menaces within the fiery depths without a single light to guide any sort of spirit to a needed salvation. Nay, for those below soon found another amongst their ranks, dropped into their laps from above, a fallen man, a meek peasant that Alban was close with. He was burned for all to see, amongst wood, amongst kindling, amongst ashes. He died. Those last two words rang about Alban's head. He knew this would happen if he let his mind wander, that he would come crawling back from the fiery depths of his mind to which he buried him. Alebrand, his flaming, decrepit visage pictured in his mind as he wept for him. Right then he felt himself about to break down again. He held his composure nonetheless. After that day, he ran about the woods, cast out, exiled from his home, living on the fringes of society. He barely ate, he barely slept. That vision of his, that glance at Alebrand's burning face, permanently placed in anguish and horror as he screamed for mercy, for angels, for the Father, for the Spirit, for the Son. A scream so great he knew it shook heaven to its core. God to tears as he wept at such cruelty from his children. Why he did, he wasn't sure. But just as Alban finally heard it ring out in his ears, the organ began to blare once more. He'd been so deep in thought he hadn't acknowledged a sitting hymn. He cursed himself for thinking about such things. He was a sinner through and through to himself. Yet others said otherwise. Why so? Why? Why? Why did they say such? Why? He held the mark. He held the mark of the beast. He held the permanent mark of his sin, seared into his back tissue, forever there, a mark to which he belonged. He belonged. But there was that assurance. A hand touched him as they sat. He looked over and saw Augustus reaching out his hand, seeing the pain and reddened eyes of Alban. He looked at his hand. Such was sin, a great one. How could he bear to do it anymore? Yet he reciprocated. That voice was still screaming at him as he did. He still felt guilty, yet he laid his hand down and Augustus laid his upon theirs, for such was a comfort. He didn't know why, but such was, even in sin. There was still comfort, but to embrace it, he knew he'd be horrid to do so. He pulled his hand away then, and Augustus looked at him, confused and hurt. Yet Alban shook his head. It was too much. Couldn't. He turned his gaze away from his love, and he heard a loud voice boom about the walls. It was then the sermon seemingly began. En les Vectus d'Elegance, Histoire d'Abraham, de la foi d'Abraham mis à l'œuvre. Anyways, all in French right here. In chapter 22 of Genesis, the story of Abraham's faith being tested is told to the reader. In this story, as everyone knows, Abraham attempts to sacrifice his son to the Father on his command. Why do we humans do such things? In the Bible, we repeatedly see men sacrificing what belongs to them, what they love, including God. God, the Father, He gave us His Son, and what did we do to Him? We killed Him. We nailed His hands to a wooden cross, His innocent blood flowing and staining the ground as it happened. But why did He do it? For our sake. For our sake. He gave us His Son to free us from the burden of sin, to allow us to be forgiven, to allow us to enter His holy kingdom, thanks to this sacrifice. I have made sacrifices like Abraham. You have all made sacrifices. Sacrifices for the Lord. You gave up what made you happy before for the sake of God. We have all done it. We have all sinned. We have all made sacrifices because sacrifice is essential. God wants us to treat it as such, to obey Him. Now we can sit back and be our own gods. What? To obey Him. Now we can sit back and be our own gods. No, we can kiss His boots at His request, but we never ask ourselves why we give to Him. We give to Him back the two greatest sins of humanity. It is the discovery of the tree of knowledge and the death of Christ. We have returned the favor, our congregation. But for this to be guaranteed, fresh blood is needed, for every sacrifice requires blood, a lamb, a goat, a man. For we must sacrifice for the sake of God by any means necessary. C'est leur Amen. Amen. The congregation responded in unison. A sitting hymn soon began afterwards. Alban sat confused, wondering what he said. He looked over to Finn, who merely sat seeming in thought at the sermon. What did he say? Alban leaned over and whispered, a lot about sacrifice. Alban went silent at that. Beorn shifted uncomfortably nearby. You don't think, Beorn started. I doubt it, Beorn. Their words were quite extreme, but I doubt it was malicious. Beorn shook his head as he slumped back in the pew. The service will be over soon, then we can have a jolly chat with him and arrange whatever we need. I must say, I find that I wonder what he expects of us. Gunther gave a shrug nearby. Clean the bell, fix something in the church, Augustus said, seemingly listing off cliff notes. I don't know. I guess I should look up where cliff notes came from, because this word might be out of place for the story, but I'm sure cliff notes meant something before cliff notes online, so it probably fits, but it just threw me off for a second. A bell could fall on us. One of us could fall off said bell tower. We could be killed in some sort of accident. With Decor, Beorn's panic was measurable. It'll be alright, friend. We'll be okay, Finn assured. Beorn gave a stern sort of look. Without control, what are we, Finn? I tell me. Pawns of fate, Beorn shook his head. A nervous habit, it seemed. It was as they spoke. A basket came nearby, a stout man carrying it. It was a collection of coins and payment. Finn gave a slight grin and placed a couple of coins in it for good measure. A generous man he was, even if gullible. He was never ending in terms of magnanimous. It was that generosity that allowed Alban in. When he emerged from the dense wood nearby and into the camp, it was that generosity that bought his armor and tended to his wounds. Finn was a good man, one of the best Alban knew. As the man walked back to the altar and placed down the basket upon it, Kere Bram motioned for all to stand. He uttered a last few prayers before finally giving a departing word. Maintenant vi es tu ton creator. Amen, the crowd said back. It was then the organ began to sing from its dreadful throats, and the men and women began to funnel out in a stream of colors and bodies. The group, however, stayed. They had work to find, and it was here they knew they'd find it, the best paying kind in the village of rich nobles. Alban gave a soft chuckle as he thought about how long ago it seemed. That man that told them God, was he right about such a place? In a way, Alban really did begin to think in this obscure part of the world, in Tarasconi. As the crowds of people, Alban tried to steel himself for what was to come. Being face to face with the holy man, it was something he hadn't done in a long time, not since those days of terror. Finally, the last few people emptied out of the church, leaving the stout man and Pierre Bram about the altar. There were a few stragglers left, talking with one another about their lives. They paid no mind to Alban and his group as they approached Bram. His face seemed to contort to contain a smile once more as they approached, and Alban once again felt uncomfortable. He walked over to Finn. So, shall we discuss? He looked at the rest of the group, dirty hounds in the den of gilded felines. That's what they were, including the in front of your members? His look was hesitant. I'd prefer so. Such is the most courteous thing. I'm amongst my men. Theatric I am, above I am not. Humble I see, Bram said through a smile. That I suppose. Now, I have a certain job for your members and you, their Capitan. Go on. The priest's face seemed to change from one of joy to seriousness. The job is below the floor on which we stand, deep beneath the church in the catacombs. We have a certain problem down there. Pray tell. A man, in a way, he's kin, yet I wonder if he is anymore. He's become decrepit, mad, lost within those halls of death for years now. We've tried to drive him out many times, yet he won't give leave. Instead, he feasts upon the bones of those sent. As if a demon, he stalks those halls day and night with such ferocious conviction. I doubt I could even convert him like that of a Perisque. What does I want us to do? Finn was seemingly put off by such a story. Purge him from those tunnels by any means necessary. Get him out. I'll pay you a large sum of coinage if you do so. Finn took a moment to think. His face was one of hesitance. It is as you said, we give sacrifice every day, and those men gave their lives for such a purpose. We'll do it, Pierre Bram. At first, the priest was caught off guard by his understanding of French, yet he gave a grin. Excellent. Now, if you will, follow. Before Pierre Bram could lead them off, Beorn said loud and sternly, Wait! Finn looked back at him, and even Bram turned his head. We need to discuss this as a group, Finn. You know yourself. Finn gave pause and gave a motioning hand toward the group, toward Pierre Graham, and walked to the group. All right, what's your thoughts? Albin was first to speak. How can we trust him, Finn? He said that men have died down there trying to purge this man from those halls. How do we know we won't meet the same fate, if not worse? His face was one of hesitation. Beorn nodded. The holy man makes a point. How do we know this isn't going to result in our deaths? My question is his motives. My question is his motives, Gunther said. The group turned to him, to which he shrugged. You never know what a man thinks, or who they really are, till they show themselves, willingly or not. The Arse raises a point, Augustus said. How sure are we of his legitimacy? Finn, like Gunther before, shrugged. He's a man of the cloth. He's trustworthy. When has one led you astray? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge, Augustus seemingly gave a small glance toward Albin. Such a look stung, yet he knew why he gave such. You know, this thing the priest described, it sounds like a dragor. Something lurking about a tomb. Guard it with intentions of death to those who dare enter, Beorn said. Alban felt himself agreeing with Beorn. It was, after all, eerily similar to such a beast he'd encountered before. But this seemingly could be a man, and why would it guard this place if not specifically meant to? Augustus asked. Gunther looked at him and seemingly began to consider himself. Such things may happen by accident, Beorn said. even then, you faced such a thing before, brute. Could you do it again? Gunther asked. Beorn's face seemingly went tragic as he remembered the experience. Augustus shook his head a bit at that. Gunther's words had gone a bit too far. It wasn't about that. He knew it wasn't, but also how he lost his companions before, something that may happen again today. But then Alban remembered those words, and who he told. For a moment he remembered Eden's words. I've heard whispers about something, Alban. I'd never passed those doors. Yet I heard of a supposed thing from clients. They called it Liedole. Sometimes they call it L'Espange Res Terrascone. Another thing as well, he said. I talked with my friend from last night. He said she heard whispers of something called Le Idole. There was another name, yet I'm unsure how to pronounce it. But what if it's connected? The idol? Finn asked. What kind of idol would this beast be? I'm unsure, but such is to be seen. I've seen and heard of strange things in my homeland. Such is to be seen. I've seen and heard strange things in my homeland. You have as well, Finn. A seeming worship of those undeserving of an evil orientation. I feel we need to take a moment to vote. Finn, see which path we should take, for this involves both the death of a beast and a man. Beorn said, a crossroads we are at. Alright, that's the end of part 3. I'm curious, it looks like part 4 is about the same length. Yeah. Just curious, so now we're getting the sense of what this creature is, what's underneath the church, which is very fun again for the setting and the fact with how scared what's his name? Alban is afraid, how afraid Alban is of just religion and the church in general. It's like it's fitting that it's this whole thing is gonna be in the church. But I was hoping that it would translate what that actually means other than the idol. I'm seeing a perfume. Monster, I guess I'll put. A French term for the idols or a mystical psychedelic monster melodies. Idol monster size bottle. Okay. The idol, huh? Okay. So interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking it means more of like a god. It's not a man as the preacher said, and it's maybe not even a dragor. It seems like it's gonna be something a little bit crazier, a little bit more intense. I gotta look this up too now. Because I feel like I'm getting a better idea of what it is. The sinless. Oh. Interesting. It's like the sinless or of Tarascone, which is I believe the town, so okay, I think we're getting some ideas here. We're getting some knowledge of what's going on, but interesting. I guess we'll just have to read part 4 to truly know. But I mean, it's a fun build up to the monster. And with everything, like, you know, Alban is kind of struggled with, and then there's the dreams and the flashbacks and you know, stuff like that. I just maybe wish we could have gotten to this church faster. I don't know if we needed the full what the sermon was like, and I understand that's traumatic for Alban, and it's maybe important to his struggle to show the trauma of just even sitting in the church. But I also at the same time am like, could we have gotten to descending into the catacombs of the church a little quicker? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being greedy, you know, because I'm like, does it have to be so many parts or whatever, you know, because I spent, you know, a few hours now reading this story. I don't know. It's cool, and you know, it is cool, and it had an interesting build up with the character development and stuff, and so it is what it is. You know, I think, of course, the writer, you know, should write as much or as long as they want to. I just wonder if maybe could have been room for more horror earlier on, you know, whether that means they get to the church sooner, or whether that's like, you know, stuff in the woods, you know, like maybe this monster's been following them, and then and then it turns out later they find out that, like, oh, they trapped it inside of the church, and that's why they have to go in to fight it, something like that. I don't know, though. That's just something with hindsight that or not even hindsight, but just with as much of an investment as this story's been in terms of time, I'm just like, could you have been more expeditious with it? But at the same time, I think that's maybe just greedy, and it's like, if I didn't want to read this long, then I shouldn't have read this long, kind of a thing, you know. But yeah, I just think if it had, like, I think this is what it is. It's not my problem thus far with the story is not even that, because we have the kind of it shows the aftermath of him getting whipped, but I think what would really solidify the fact that they're mercenaries and like brothers in arms and soldiers. Is like, I wish they would have had to fight something earlier on. I get it that now they're gonna go in and it's gonna maybe be this epic like battle in the catacombs, but even if it was just something simple like repelling fucking, a thief or a bandit or just, something like that, even if it was just a brief something in part one where there was a little bit of gore and, it explained how like Alban is, puts himself into fighting so that he can kind of like run from his demons, and he's trying, like, when he's stabbing people, he's really trying to kill himself, like something like that, or kill the sinful parts of himself, something like that. Because like, I'm like, in a story about mercenaries, and I get it, mercenaries don't just fucking fight or kill people or whatever, but I'm like, there really hasn't been much action. Yes, it's just been over the course of a few days, but like, I don't know. I think maybe at the beginning with the monolith in the path and all that stuff, there just could have been a little bit of a conflict. And right now the only conflict has been internal, and it's been for Alban, and pretty much everyone else has been like, nah, we're good, everything's fine, we'll find work tomorrow. And I think where this story is kind of light or lacking, at least thus far, has been on the external conflict so far, right? Like, they had the card game. Augustus won the money. Maybe even just a bar fight, right? Maybe one of the nobles could have gotten mad and they could have fucking tussled around, or just something more. And if it could have been scary, that would have been cool too. But it really, everything has been like an external, I guess, horror, if you want to say, for Alban. And we've gotten the flashbacks and some dream sequences and stuff. And so I don't want to harp too hard on it. I just want to try to give notes of where I was feeling like, the pacing of the beginning parts, some of it does drag a little bit. You do want more things to happen, right? And it's just a lot of internal anguish and strife and struggles, and I felt like the plot could have moved forward a little bit faster. Having said that, let's go into part 4. Let's, whatever, doesn't matter. Let's not, I'm not going to hold it against the story. Those are kind of my feelings about reading the first 3 parts. A lot of good character development, a lot of good things, but also a lot of like the dream sequence, Beorn's dream sequence, pretty long. Also, stuff with Alban, like I get it, he's conflicted, he's going back and forth, but it also it gets a little repetitive some of the time, right? And then like even the card game, it was like, that was a fun scene, right? That was cool, but it was kind of over so quickly, right? And then even his realization and those parts with Eden, like, I like those parts too. Those parts were good, but I feel like compared to the other parts of the story, they were really just not that big chunk of it, whereas so much of it is about like just Alban's thoughts on things and Alban's conflicting self-hatred and just stuff like that. And I wonder if you could maybe cut some of that fat and expand some of the the card game, or the talks with Eden, or the whatever, the parts where they're all doing stuff as a group and things like that, and like add in a fight, or just something that could really give us a sense of like this group as mercenaries and stuff like that. But now we're getting into the final part, so let's get into it. But those are my thoughts. And at least thus far. And I realize you're not here anymore, Pelagius. But I'm saying, I want to say all this to you, and just that, like, I hope I hope you can take all that with a grain of salt, and maybe to somebody else, they'll read this and be like, no, I think it's perfect the way it is. I'm just telling you that as far as, like, the story goes, for me and, like, the internet, it's like, I wanted to see the monster earlier. Or if I'm reading a story about medieval mercenaries, I want to see them fight people sooner. I don't want to have to get through all the way to the end to finally even see one of them draw a sword. You know what I mean? Again, maybe that's just my dumb, short attention span, action movie, dumb brain. You know what I mean? I don't know. But because I love, like, I love whatever, Troy and just, whatever, any medieval, I know that's Greek, but, like, King Arthur, whatever, all that shit. I love it all. And so I was just, I guess I wanted that part to, there to be a little bit more going on externally. But yeah, let's get into it. I'm interested to see how it goes. The group stood about, the weight of their soon-to-be decision weighing on them all. Shall we take a vote then? The group fell into silent agreement. Raise thy hand if we shall pursue. Gunther raised an arm, and Augustus did as well, same as Finn. Outnumbered, it seems, Beorn said. His face didn't reveal much of his hand, yet Alban could feel a sort of dread radiate off his skin. Then he turned to Augustus. I'm surprised you'd vote for such, Augustus. There's payment involved, Alban. And life. Life has a strange way of working, as I said. That is true, he responded. They needed money to survive. Without money, a mercenary band was nothing. Then we shall perceive. Come, my merry band, we walk a line between fates. Oh my God. Then we shall proceed. Come, my merry band, we walk a line between fates. It's a line I'm willing to risk, for I trust this holy man. The group followed Finn. Then he walked toward Pierre Bram, motioning for him to continue his lead. So he began trekking out of the main hall of the church and behind a door. Behind it, a dark hallway that seemingly stretches for miles. Before entering, the priest grabbed a nearby candle holder from the table. It had 3 candles lit upon it, with elaborate displays of angels spent across them. He motioned for all to accompany as he led down the hall. The group began to move past him as he stood by, seemingly preferring to stick to the back. As Alban approached, he felt hesitant before looking at the priest. He gave a sigh and moved forward, untrusting of such a man. Then, once they all were within the hall, the Pierre shut the door behind them, sealing them within the dark, only accompanied by wickers of flame amongst the holy pitchfork. Why would he seal? I don't know. I guess because they don't want the monster to get out, but that doesn't rub any of them the wrong way that he just doesn't say anything else and just shuts them in. I mean, clearly, we know this is going to go badly, at least for some of them, right? We know that they're getting in deep. I mean, Beorn's dream and everything the story has told us is kind of led up to this, but I almost find it comical that, like, the priest has the 3 candle thing, he leads them in there, The group began to move past him as he stood by, seemingly preferring to stick to the back. As Alban approached, he felt hesitant. Before looking at the priest, he gave a sign, moved forward, untrusting of such a man. Then, once they were within the hall, the Pierre shut the door behind them, sealing them within the dark, only accompanied by the wickers of flame amongst a holy pitchfork. They advanced forward, and like that alone is just such a thing to where, you know, I would be like, okay, fuck this dude. Like, he's not gonna give us any more information. He's not gonna be like, oh, well, he likes to hang out in this part of the catacombs. He's been robbing these graves. Like, just something else to make it seem, even if it's just purely performance based, even if it's just purely to make it seem like the priest is a good guy, he's like, but he's not even bothering with that. And so it's like, you're not even gonna say anything about, like, you know, if you know, if you can't find him, or you don't bring back his head, even if it was something like, hey, if you don't bring back his head, if you don't bring back some proof that you killed him, then you're not getting your reward, or just even something like that. But no, he just goes, they just go in, and then he just shuts the door, and it's like, okay, well, what the fuck, you know? This makes it seem like he is just sacrificing this group of mercenaries to this creature that lives under the church, to whatever this thing is. And it seems all the more fucked up. And the fact that none of Alban's group are calling foul right now immediately, to me, is just like, okay, you guys, you know, to me, I'm just like, at least amongst themselves, they should be saying, like, don't you think it's weird he gave us no more instructions? Or don't you think it's weird that he just, like, locked us in here without, like, any mention of how we would get out? You know, like, should we come back in here and knock? Is there an exit on the other side of the catacombs? Like, nothing. Doesn't anyone think that's weird? And that, to me, is just, I mean, I think it makes sense even for the story, because clearly the priest was gonna fuck them over. But I think it's just funny that it happened so blatantly and so immediately, you know? I find that very, like, okay, fuck you, buddy, you know, sort of a thing. But anyways, they advance forward into the depths through stairways and long halls, then leading the charge while the holy man held toward the back, seemingly undaring to see what this seeming kin of his had become. Finally, they reached it. Finn halted immediately when he saw it, the rest of the group crashing into him in the dark, cursing before standing to observe what lay in front of them. It was an elaborately carved thing of stone. Upon it, a large skeletal thing was depicted. So it's a carving. Its arms seemingly crossed above its chest. So here's the symbol. This is what was carved. A large skeletal thing. Okay. Interesting. A large skeletal thing was depicted above, its arms seemingly crossed above its chest as if it had been laid to rest. Around the shape of its head were depictions of grander iconography, crosses, streaks of light, and what seemed to be veins as well. It was hard to tell in the darkness if that was truly the extent of such symbols. Below the skeletal thing depicted a door frame where a series of arms that clung onto one another, rotted and broken, barely clinging upon one another for some sort of structure, some sort of support in this trying time, as if their belief held them there. Upon the large stone door was something carved in Old French. Comme les ils sig as dues, le diable reside en desos. This is it, here I depart. I wish thy group luck. This is it, here I depart. I wish thy luck, Finn Ferguson of Hiberia. Your courage shall be needed. He then... Oh, wait. He then handed the candle to Alban for him to hand to Finn. I'm confused. I thought, okay, so maybe the guy didn't. Maybe I just misread this part up here, but maybe the priest didn't leave them. Or maybe this is just a carving. I don't know. I'm confused about that, but whatever. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out if I need to translate this or not. So I was trying to kind of read ahead and see. I think it does get translated down here, but it's like there's more writing than. So just I'm unsure right now here. As the sun sits above, the devil resides below. In the waking and verbal world, there is an equivalent for all, as above, so below. Okay. Okay, interesting. So basically from this thing, we can assume that this is pretty much the devil himself down here. Is what we can... This is it, here I depart. I wish thy group luck, Finn Ferguson of Hiberia. Your courage shall be needed. He then handed the candle to Alban for him to hand to Finn. Slay such as you did That vampiric woman, Finn gave a smile and nodded soon after the group entered, the door closing behind him, truly leaving them within darkness. Alban kept his grip on the candlestick, clutching it like a lifeline to God. He looked at the others within the dim light, their faces seemingly confused and graven as they looked about. It was dark, the darkest place Alban had ever seen. He could barely see a foot, no, a few inches in front of where he stood. It was all-consuming, ever-present. The counter to the light above. He wondered if this was what hell was like, an absence of God, an absence of light, his stars, his eyes. So, shall we begin? Finn asked. This place, Finn, it's dark, Bjorn said. He turned to Finn. We need to think of a plan. If this man is about these halls, as the priest said, we need to know how to counter it. We need light as well. I just hope our eyes adjust, Augustus remarked. Just think of it like a dark wood. Our eyes adjust eventually. We may be at a disadvantage for a while, but it'll come. You're right about such, thief, but I'd rather find a more instant source. We're not going to be left liable to a predator within the shadows. He outstretched a hand to Alban. Hand me the candle, he said. Alban complied, and before anyone could say a word, Bjorn snapped the ornate pitchfork into 3 pieces, each with a candle atop. He handed one to Finn, one to Alban, and kept the final piece. Now then, our plan. Yes, my fellow, Finn said. Now we have our blades and arms, yes? Alban checked. He had his shield and blade. Him and the others gave nods of silent agreement. Catacombs are winding places of bone and brick. It's a labyrinthian place, and as such, it has dead ends. We should try to corner the man. Then we can do what we must. Murder him? Alban asked. Even in the dark, Alban saw Finn's face change to a solemn look. Yes, just think of it like that of a soldier. One we're usually hired to fight. This time, it's a man driven to madness, in need of rest. No one spoke after that. For an eternity, it felt. They stood in the dark, weighing the possibility of what they were going to do. That was till Bjorn asked, Shall we proceed? That we shall, brother, Finn said. Finn led the group through the winding miles of tunnels outstretched before them, like some sort of great complex. It smelled of rot, skin peeling from bone, bodily fluids leaking from the cadavers as they finally succumbed to the fate of fly meal. Their sounds echoed throughout the vastness about the place, scuttling and writhing in their insectoid bodies as they feasted upon those recently and long dead. It crept through their ears as if the spindly legs of a spider. It was then Alban noticed the first thing that was strange, barely noticeable within the firelight of his candle. He saw something. Shine. Finn? He called out. Yes, he stopped and turned to see what Alban saw. His face went from concern to confusion. Nearby, upon the ground, stood an elaborate ornament, not dissimilar from one you'd see in a church, like that of above. What's the problem, Alban? He asked. Look, Alban pointed at the golden object. Upon it was wax, a candle holder. But the wax was melted. Alban outstretched a hand and touched it. It was still seemingly warm and gooey, as if someone had just recently been down here to light it. Yet what sort of maniac would do such a deed with a beast of a man lurking about in this place? It's melted, Gunther said. Who would light it? Augustus asked. Finn shook his head. Would this beast be intelligent enough to do so? Alban didn't know. None of them knew. What What sort of reverence would even be needed down here in such a place as this? You don't think, Augustus didn't want to finish his sentence. No, I'm telling thou, comrade, we have not been led astray by such a holy man, I'm telling you. No such man, not one of such physique, would I expect to ever hold such a pagan thing in their system of belief. What does that mean? Not one of such physique, like one of such character? Is that what it meant? I don't know. But I expect such a pagan, and they call my people that, Beorn muttered. We're not sure. It could just be a coincidence, yeah? Gunther tried to rationalize this seemingly insignificant detail. I hope, Finn said. His voice was seemingly doubtful now, a sharp turn from his jolly demeanor. It put all of them on edge. Progress we must, brothers, progress we must, he said. They began to move forward once more. Alban felt a growing fear in the back of his mind, like that of his previous sins before. He could feel them here, seemingly physically. The dark, so dense, so sinful, so inevitable, so interconnected to the world at large, like that of sin. Sin. That damn word, it still haunted him, despite it all, despite everything. It bounced about his ears, making them ring as if he were a bell. His ears rang and rang, ringing and ringing till, Alban paused his movement. The rest of the group didn't notice till Finn looked back. This time his face was of fear. He'd heard it too. It rang out again, louder, more distinct. Then came another noise. Jingle. Alban grabbed the hilt of his blade and readied himself. The likes of his brothers did the same. They could all sense it in the air, the tension, the energy. All of it ripe for something, just anything to appear. And it did. It appeared in flesh. A decaying carrion, eaten away by vermin, pale tissue decorated elaborately by golden charms that seemingly jangled as it moved about. Chains they looked to be, all of which elaborately decorated with engravings and jewels made of gold and precious ore that the lowest class would never see within their days of life. This thing, its back leaned forward to support itself. Its arms, long and covered by jewelry, gold and metal decorated its body. It shined a strange glisten as it moved within the dim orange light of the candles the group held. The worst part? Oh, the face. That damned face. Alban would never forget it. Never. A face encased within a strange ornament, rounded with circles around its sides, decorated elaborately with engravings of prayers and hymns, crosses and veins, jewels and dried blood, and behind a shining film of glass, behind it, behind the engravings, behind the vanity, behind it all, a rotted face. Dead. It should have been dead. Dear God, it should have been dead the group thought. Nay, for it stood without eyes, without a nose, and a gape mouth, its tongue seemingly gone, and naked for all to see, exposing rotted, dying flesh and castrated state. Amongst it writhed obese maggots and flies that were bound inside such by its elaborate chains of gold and hymnal. It should have been dead. Then came the smell, an odor of rot, the source the source of it all in this tomb. Before, they never saw a body, only bones, and could only hear the sounds of insectoid feasting within dense coffins, yet the scent of death was nothing in comparison to this beast, this thing. Dear God, it should have been dead. Alban didn't move. He was in shock as it emerged from the darkness beside him. He didn't speak. He didn't think. Only stood. The beast, this thing. It moved. It moved fast. It didn't go for Alban. Instead, it went for a man who'd already begun to run away, Gunther. In life, he always ran from his problems, ran from his family, a place of pain and harm. He ran away from it all at the promise of payment within a group. He ran, the beast followed. In life, he drank, sometimes near death, just to escape it. It hurt, the horror of it all. He ran, the beast followed. He partook in acts of love, hoping to drown out the pain, somehow conquer it in love and relations. With all his might he sprinted, the beast followed, yet it was all in vain, for every day he could only remember. He never did speak of it, not even in death. For in death he ran, yet the beast followed. It pounced upon his body. Beorn rushed it, grabbing his large blade, dragging it amongst the ground as he ran, letting out a ferocious battle cry, his muscles tense, ready to land the killing blow. Yet the beast turned and swatted him away with its skinny arms, sending him into a nearby wall. "Gunther! Beorn!" Finn cried out, yet his cries did nothing. The beast then lowered its face to Gunther, giving him a dose of foul, rot-stained air, and a clear look at its source. Its face made Gunther want to scream, yet he couldn't will himself either. He tried and tried, yet when he did, his vocal cords felt as if they may snap in sinewy tissue. The beast's face got closer and closer. The group could only watch to their horror. Then Gunther saw it himself within the beast's reflection. This was who he could be if he finally just faced it all, took to God's word within Scripture, embraced him. Yes, that's what he would do. Embrace it, embrace it, embrace it. And as Gunther lay there, the beast's hollow gaze stared deeper and deeper into his soul. His breath slowed and slowed till finally he breathed no more. His body began to shrivel into a skeletal form, draining any nutrients left in it. And the beast stood, its headpiece weighing its head down as it did so. It turned to the group, facing them with its gaze. It had taken first blood. Beorn stood, dazed and in great pain as he did so. He looked at the sights about him. He froze up as he did. By the gods, no, 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 this couldn't be. No. His breath quickened as he stared at the beast, its enrapturing gaze. He saw the falsehood in it. He clutched his blade and turned to the group who stood by in the same stupor. "Run!" he yelled. That they did. The beast didn't pursue, merely standing and watching as such occurred, before scuttling off into the dark on all fours like an animal, its head permanently fixed upon their direction as they made haste. They ran and ran till finally they saw the room within the endless hall, and Finn threw himself at it, urging the others to do the same. Alban and Augustus ran in, and Beorn was last to enter. Looking back before doing so, they all collapsed to the ground. None of them spoke. How could they? Dear God, how could they? It was then Finn broke down, his eyes burned with tears until finally he began to sob softly upon the ground in a heap. Gunther, oh, Gunther, no, no, he cried out, only for Bjorn to place a hand on his mouth to silence him. He looked at his friend, grief-stricken, broken. He removed his hand and he collapsed into Bjorn's arms, crying silently as Augustus and Albin got shocked. Killed him, Finn spat out. Killed him, without a scar, without blood, it killed him. Bjorn stared off in shock. His vision, it was true. Fate was to win. He didn't cry, he didn't shout. Instead, he stared off into the wall nearby, unable to muster any sort of words. He wondered if it was a Dragor as he had before, but no, it couldn't have been. Such wasn't so tactical, so pristine in its movement, and how it killed him. Gunther, how it killed him. There was no explanation, no visible splatter of crimson ichor, no gaping wound, not a dented skull mixed with brain matter. No, this was something else. Alban couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. How could such a thing happen? How was it possible? Then came a previous thought. Was this a trap? Alban mumbled. No one spoke. They didn't know. They didn't know. Oh, how fate worked. How it pulled its strings so cruelly, so horrifically, as if they were a man's tendons and veins, stretching and stretching them and bringing about agony to those attached. They didn't know. It very well could have been, but was this not the beast described to them? By gods, this is my fault, Finn managed to weep out. Finn, you're not at fault. This could have been a deception, Augustus said, trying to comfort him. It takes a con artist to know another. What does that matter? He snapped back. Gunther's dead because of me. Me, not that holy man, nay. I fell for what was possibly his scheme. I brought us to our grave inadvertently, it seems. For Bjorn's visions were true. Augustus didn't respond. How could he? In a way, he was right. He believed him and led them to this fate, for this was the consequence of that. We're not dead yet, Bjorn muttered, still dazed. I may not have been able to save him. I may have not been able to save my family from their fate. But I'm this group's protector, and I'll ensure you all make it out of here alive, outside of my fate. He grasped the hilt of his sword. He might have been weakened some from their encounter, yet that fire, that drive for control in his life, still burned Bjorn like coals in a furnace. Augustus looked at him. What's our move then? Can't stay here forever. It'll find us. Simple. I get us out of here through the door. Meanwhile you watch me as... No. Finn's words were blunt and caught even Bjorn off. What? I'll stay behind and draw attention to myself. I got us into this mess, Bjorn. You all may try to argue with thee, but I did. I failed as a leader. I let trust drive my decisions, and now Gunther's dead. But you know what I can do? Be a leader and let my brothers, my comrades live. A leader puts others first, not themselves. Bjorn didn't know what to say. Alban and Augustus sat in shock as well at the declaration. Alban thought he felt tears in his eyes. Finn went to stand and Bjorn grabbed his arm. Finn, you can't. His voice was weepy, as if he were to burst into tears. All these years worth of companionship and travel. It's how a leader dies, my friend, for the sake of others. But I'm supposed to protect you. If I can't protect my family, if I can't protect Gunther, and if I can't protect you, what am I? You're a man, Beorn, a mere man, a strong man, but not a god. Even without me, there's Alban and Augustus. They have lives to live still. They're young. You and I, friend, we've seen so much. I find it's my time to embrace the mare of death before me. Beorn looked at him, tears streaming through his mind like tears did down his face. Then he embraced Finn. For them, I suppose, I'll never forget you, Finn. Mark my words, never. I expect as much, Beorn. He removed himself from his friend's grasp and went to the threshold of the doorway. I'll head out first toward where I think we were heading. You circle back and get them through that door, understood? Beorn nodded, wiping tears from his eyes. Alban and Augustus watched as this happened. Finn was a good man, one of the best Alban knew. Meanwhile, as Finn embraced the darkness before him, he gave a smile, for the sake of his comrades, for the sake of his morale. The drying streams of tears on his face stretched and cracked as he did so. He walked and walked, thinking of Beorn and the group. He remembered meeting Beorn, a man originally fighting for his parents in their noble house, and given to him as protection in a new world of possibility. The two always got along from day one. They were friends till the end, it seemed. After him came Augustus. He scammed Finn due to his naive nature, and Beorn managed to catch him and threaten him into payment. That payment was to accompany them. At first the man was distant, but he grew accustomed to the two, friends even, and when his debt was paid, he didn't give leave. Instead, he stuck with them, allowing for a fourth member, Gunther, a quiet man from a horrid home. Finn never asked him about it. If anything, he wished he did. Maybe he would have been able to cope better. Maybe. Finally, bruised and wrapped in dirty cloth came Alban, disgraced and forsaken, it seemed. He never told much of what occurred in his life, but he was always there, a sort of balance to the group's antics as a holy man. He wished he would have been able to know him better. He really wished he did, but at least him and Augustus got along, those two inseparable, and it made Finn ponder if more was at stake in such a relationship. He wouldn't have cared. He would have embraced it. He'd have embraced it. Beorn might have been tough on it, but 'twas his culture. He'd learn. Gunther wouldn't care. It was then he saw Gunther's corpse, dried and shriveled, a life and essence sucked away from his body. Finn looked at the dent in the wall, the one left by Beorn. The thing was strong, yet he'd fight, even in vain, for his comrades, and to attract it, he began to whistle a familiar tune, one from his homeland of Hibernia. The tale of the dun cow, he whistled. As such a tale was told to him in song, he whistled as loud as possible, for such a song was about seemingly impossible odds, even for a great warrior. Yet Guy of Warwick slew it. Such was a great beast, he thought, and said beast emerged. Jingle. Ark. Jingle. It followed the sound of the song even in darkness, and low light Finn saw its silhouette running forward. For Warwick was saved not by not by him, but his comrades. Those last thoughts and that always present smile were what Finn took to the grave, and even within his final moments, he never let it falter. Bjorn looked around each corner carefully as the trio progressed. They were silent, not daring to make any sort of noise out of fear of being spotted or found. The dim, orangish light of the candles gave an eerie glow to the place, painting all in a demonic orange like that of hellfire. It was then they saw it. The door, still there. There was hope. Bjorn looked around as he approached quietly. Alban and Augustus not far behind. Bjorn took a deep breath and popped his knuckles before he placed his fingers between the crack in the door frame. He began to pull its stone, not moving an inch. He tried harder and harder, yet it didn't give way toward him. He removed his fingers and felt primal rage consume him. Oh, he thought. He wouldn't allow for Finn's final wish to be disregarded. He was going to get them all out of here, protect them. He then backed away from the door before putting the full weight in his shoulder. Then he began to ram it like a mighty goat. He did this again and again, and it didn't give any sort of way. Finally, he took one last run toward it, and as he hit it, felt his shoulder bones break, the sound snapping marrow echoing through the endless halls. He collapsed onto the ground in a heap, falling backwards. Alban and Augustus on him within minutes. "Are you all right?" Augustus asked. Bjorn gritted through his teeth and said through them, "It won't budge." "What?" Alban asked. "Nothing worked. We've been set up by the gods. My vision was right. We're going to die." He began to chuckle at that. "We're going to die." "We're going to die," he cackled madly as he rolled about on the ground. Alban tried to say something but was blocked out by his mad speech. "We're going to die. Die, I tell you, die." He finally lost it. After years and years of loss, after years of losing those around him, Bjorn finally snapped. First was his family, killed in cold blood by a roaming band of raiders that were rampaging across Norger. Then across his comrades in war, killed by blades, catapults, spears, and impaling through their entire bodies, exiting out their mouths and chests. Then came Gunther, then came Finn. Now he'd failed his last wish, his last ask of him. A failure he was, a loser in the fight against fate. Oh, he always was. He never could win, and fate laughed at him as he flailed about madly. Now he rolled about mad and a failure. "Bjorn!" Augustus yelled. He didn't listen. Instead, he cackled a maniacal laugh. Alban shook his head as he looked down at his once stoic and sane comrade, simple in a word and blunt. Blunt he was now, yet madly so, and now all he could do was watch as he'd been reduced to nothing within mere minutes of loss. You think a mercenary would be used to it, loss, tragedy, war, yet Bjorn, despite it all that Alban had heard of his experience wasn't. It was then Alban heard a sound, jingle, jingle. It approached. "Bjorn, snap out of it. Protect us. We're still here, and we'll find another way." Alban was done trying to be quiet. "Don't you see? We're dead, all of us. Every time I see that damned mare within my nightmares. Oh, does it bring death? Oh, by the gods, does it? Fate is sealed. What's the point in trying? We're dead, Albin. We're going to die. His breath was slowing, and he merely gave rough coughs in place of laugh. Augustus and Albin looked at him and to each other. Albin felt his breath catching in his throat as the beast approached. They couldn't leave him here, yet it seemed convinced that his time was over, and Albin understood that. He turned to Augustus and gave him a look. We can't, Albin. His mind is made up. Our lives are at stake within seconds now. We must hurry. Augustus looked to Albin and Beorn. He turned to Beorn, saying, Farewell, comrade. I'm glad to have been indebted to you and Finn. Grabbed Albin's hand and they ran to where. Okay, I haven't made any gay jokes throughout the whole story, but I do think it's a little funny that they grab each other's hands and run. Now, I understand, like, it's dark, like, it probably makes sense for them to be, come on, you know what I mean, and like guide their way through the catacombs and all that shit. Like, who knows if they even have a candle anymore, so like you don't want to get separated. I get that, but you know, I'm sad that Beorn's gone, and then on top of it, they're like, come on, and they grab hands. Like, to me, I don't know, that just, it was kind of cute. That's all I'll say. I'm not gonna go, you know, I'm not gonna be insensitive. I think that the story, you know, it is good, and this is a badass, you know, ending. It's fucking, I hope they make it out somehow, some way. I'm just like, I just thought it was funny that they grab hands and run. They didn't know. As for Bjorn, he looked at fate, to which fate took the form of a beastly cadaver. It was then he realized the connection. He laughed weakly at his stupidity. The signs were there. It was the idol that Albin had heard of. They were but horses to a slaughter, similar to those given to the Norse gods. He knew his fate. He knew his failures in depth. In the face of fate, he laughed. He laughed at the idol. He laughed at fate. He laughed at his death. And the idol lowered itself upon Beorn. He saw what he could have been, a protector, a defier of fate. Yet such was impossible. He knew it, so he laughed. He laughed till his lungs shriveled like skin. The two ran, Augustus and Albin, a man of trickery and moral dubiousness, and a man of cloth and righteousness. Funny how it worked out. Funny it was how they were drawn to one another, yet Albin couldn't bring himself to defy his fate. He knew the consequences of such. He knew the world at large, yet that voice in his head telling him to embrace it, spoken by Eden and another before her. The two ran till finally they saw a room and ducked into it. Albin's candlelight wasn't able to see everything, yet the flickers of ember shone off the iconography within this room. Bits of church decor and candles that had been placed recently and ages before. The coffins of others lay parallel to each other on each side of the room. A circle was painted in red upon the ground between them. Within it, a cross and severed objects that lay about, rotted and mummified into almost nothing. And it hit Albin. Blood, sacrifice, that thing. The ornate cadaver was the idol. They collapsed upon the ground, their energy spent. They'd run and run, hoping to outrun the beast and its seemingly deadly gaze. The two were silent, not daring to speak, to conserve breath. Albin had a hard time looking at Augustus. He didn't know what to say now. These were their final moments. He wondered if he would truly express himself to him, tell him how he felt, his confliction, possibly indulge within such a sinful desire one last time before their passing. At last, the last was impossible to Alban. He shook his head silently, yet he spoke. Augustus? He turned his head. Yeah? Alban tried to contemplate what to say. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Then a look of recognition crossed his face. Then a look of recognition crossed his face. I'm sorry for not reciprocating. I do love you. I'll say it. I love you, and I'm sorry I didn't express it sooner. It's just my faith, my trauma. Can't bring myself to know if such would condemn me if I were to love you. I'm sorry. I do love you. I love you too, Augustus said. Alban looked over at him. He gave a weak smile. I'll say it as much as I can. I love you too. I show my hand and I forgive you. I relent. If we don't make it out of this, I want to say it like you did. I love you too, no matter what. Alban fell silent and could only stare into Augustus's eyes. He imagined what their life together would look like if they somehow got out of here, live isolated in the woods, work farmland possibly, and it'd be just the two of them. Their love for each other, fuel for an ever-burning fire. It was then Alban heard the scream, saw those flames in the corner of his eyes. Sinful was. There was no other retort. It was sinful, and he should feel bad because that was what was said. It was not to be questioned, and as Alban felt those feelings rush back, he heard it. Jingle. The idol was approaching. Alban glanced quickly to Augustus, who seemed petrified by fear. He looked about the room, and Augustus only looked on in fear and confusion at such inaction. Augustus only looked down in fear and confusion. Then he saw it, the coffin. He moved the granite lid, the noise of stone against stone echoing through the room, and Alban looked inside. No one was within. He looked to Augustus. He looked to Augustus and took his hand. Alban, no, you can't just... Augustus. He looked at Alban. I'm not going to let you see me die. I'd rather you have to see that if that's the case. I'd rather you be safe than me. I'm not the one deserving of the beast mark. I'm the one... I'm not going to let you see me die. I'd rather you not have to see that if that's the case. And I'd rather you be safe than me. I'm the one deserving of the beast mark. I'm the one left scarred and broken. You're not. You still have a life to live. If I cannot love you, I'll save you. Augustus had tears in his eyes. Today was the most Alban had seen the group cry. It was the most he had in a long time. He felt his tears stream down his face, his breath shaky. He helped Augustus into the coffin before he closed it and said, I love you. I love you too, Augustus said. Then he moved to shut the lid, sealing the coffin. Alban looked at the door's threshold. He saw an approaching shadow in the dim candlelight and unsheathed his blade. Like before, he placed the candle upon the coffin, waited. Jingle. Jingle. It got closer till finally the idol stood in the doorway staring at Alban. Its head shifted and cocked about as if to admire its prey. Alban began to back away, and the beast approached, and before he knew it, the two steps were in sync. The two were in a dance. Their steps correlated about the bloodied circle and cross as they moved, walking and readying themselves to pounce as if a predator circling another. Alban felt his fingers dig into his hand as he tightly grasped his sword's hilt. The idol's chains rattled and jangled, a haunting melody of death and despair. He wouldn't let it get anywhere near Augustus, even if it cost his life. He wouldn't let it. And as Alban readied himself, the idol lunged, knocked him to the ground, bashing his head off one of the nearby coffins. Alban felt a sharp sting in his skull, yet his adrenaline drowned out the pain. It was then the sickly sweet lifeblood of his body began to drip from his head wound. He held his blade up with his arms, the idol fighting against his force upon the blade to get low enough. It was closer. It was getting closer and closer to Alban's face. He began to see into the glass. He saw the horrid and decayed face and its features. He felt a will to let go, yet he fought it. But the idol only seemed to push the blade farther down, and as it did, Alban saw something within the glass besides that face. As those within the church left to start their day and week anew, Father Abe noticed the man, a straggler compared to the rest. He stood clutching the pew's top as he waited for him to notice him. "What doth thou do standing here, sir?" the priest asked. "I am here. I am to confess, Father," the man said. He looked at the man. He noticed his condition since he'd walked in, broken, bruised, exiled, it seemed. Yet every man deserves such a right. "Very well, sir, follow me." The man followed Abe past the altar, past the shelves of books, into a nearby hallway in which a small wooden confession booth sat. The priest stepped in one side, the man in the other. The two were silent for a moment. Father Abe wondered how to begin before he managed to think of something to say. "Tell me, my son, what troubles you?" he asked. "Father, I come to repent," the man said. "For what such sin?" The man was quiet for a moment, trying to think of what to say. Take thy time. Everyone needs time. Everyone has plenty of it." Finally, after what seemed minutes of silence, the man spoke. "I am a sodomite. I slept with a man to which I was punished by my father and his clergy. My partner burned. I given to the beast in flame below." The priest was taken aback. "By the Lord's mercy," he said. I ask of you, Father, what can I do? I can't help but like those of my ilk, those of man. What can I do?" Father Abe took a minute to think. Such was inhuman in his eyes. The deaths of those for whom they loved, it made him sick. God wouldn't have approved of such. Jesus would have wept at such torturous face. He didn't agree with it. He didn't think it was normal, but he knew such was just how some felt. Nothing, sir. I don't agree with your choices. Who thy love, but as is who thy love, but as is human nature, such is thy choice. Thee cannot decide such for another man. Such brutality is no answer. Understanding should have been what was key. The man was silent, contemplating. I assure thou that such is thy choice, no one else's, not mine, not your father's, not even God, for thou should be who they wish. Tell me, what is thy name, sir? The man was still silent. It took him a while to even speak. Alban. The words rang throughout Alban's head. He finally knew what he saw within that glass, a reflection, his face, himself, bleeding and fighting. This thing was what he could be if he lost himself to what others wanted. This was who he could become. What he could. This was who he could become, what he could become. Such is thy choice, no one else's. Not mine, not your father's, not even God. Alban drove his blade upward, and with all his might he cleaved the blade of his sword into the idol's neck flesh. And with a leftward swipe, he sent the head flying into the air, before finally it fell upon the ground with a crack and the hollow sound of metal against stone. Alban sat up, his breath quick and hard to control. He'd killed it. He'd won. He touched his head wound with one of his hands, and it stung. He pulled away and saw a glob of blood about it. He gave a laugh of acceptance, embrace. He stood up, his movement wobbly, and with the same might, he pushed the coffin open. Augustus looked up at Alban, and before he could react, he embraced him in a large hug. The souls intertwined, the two souls infatuated with one another. In the days since their venture into this place, maybe weeks, Alban didn't know, Augustus didn't know, the sun never shined within this place, nor did the million eyes of God above them. Instead, it was replaced by an eternal dark, an eternal mask to lull those heavy, distressed eyes into a comatose slumber, to finally embrace such slumber. They tried to find an escape, yet they knew such was impossible, as they were at the disadvantage as if they were at the disadvantage if someone did come down here. It was over the course of a few days they held one another close. They laid about the cold, hard ground that was littered with webs and dust, attempting to ensure one another's warmth. They talked a lot, surprisingly. In a way, Alban felt it was the last few conversations they'd ever share together. They talked of their past, their ambitions, before this, what little they really had, their comrades, their face. By those final few hours, they began to randomly laugh. Within it became a prevalent madness that burned at the eyes of their skin and the ends of their throat. They laughed and laughed, giving a mad cackle as they embraced one another, falling to the ground one last time. This time they'd do it for their sake, for if they didn't, they would never have another chance. They were gods of this tomb now, everything beneath them in intelligence and manner. They ruled it now, having beheaded its previous monarch, its previous worshipped Messiah, and they took its place. They were bound by no rules, no judgment from others, for they ruled, and all that was below them were but vermin and the dead. And it was then through laughs and labored breath they finally danced one last hurrah within their final moments. They danced and danced, partaking in one another's essence, and gaze as they did. That love apparent from both sides, that doomed union, that oh so doomed love, maddening dance of such feelings, the emotion so raw it was laborious for them. They danced and they danced and they danced, a mad dance. For they were no longer men, bound by their constraints, by society's expectations, by God's views and words, but by their emotions. For in this land they danced and danced in this buried place till they could dance no more, till the air left their lungs and till the air left their lungs and their moment of passion left them sweating and clinging about onto one another. Passion sweating, clinging about onto one another about the ground as they took their final laborious breaths as they laughed. It was then they kissed, so passionately, so lovingly, for even in this dying place their love would endure. For even in heaven amongst judgment it would endure. For even in hell amongst torturous centuries their love would endure. For in every land was where in every land was where mad gods danced. Very good ending. Was kind of hoping, and I know this was just kind of a fool's hope, but I was like, couldn't Eden figure out, that they're stuck down there and like whatever, break in and save them. I don't know. They could have been saved if they were clearly. I think the writer could have, but it's definitely not the same impactful ending, right? If they break out, I just always like when a horror or when a love story has a happy ending like this. I like when it goes full happy ending. Like, sure, it's a happy ending for them to dance and die in each other's arms. Like The Notebook has a happy ending, I guess you could say. Like, and just in terms of romance, but would it be a happy movie too if it just ended like with them living in the house and growing old together? Sure. But is that movie more about what growing old actually looks like? Yes. So, fair enough. But I like the ending. I like the monster. It's all very cool, right? It's all very, I like the whole flashback and that it's showing that, yes, this person that we saw earlier was Alban, and a priest told him early on that, it wasn't, he should accept himself, kind of a thing. And I guess the point is that, like, it's a little, I don't know, some of these, the parts that it's telling you, it's like, it's kind of subtext. We could understand that when, he doesn't need to literally see the monster see himself in the monster, but at the same time, it's like, I get it, and it's cool. And if they, if that's up to every writer. Like, some writers want to be subtle and they want you to just, interpret that. And then some writers like want you to know that, like, in that final moment, Alban saw, like, what he would become if he just didn't accept himself. And then he killed that part of him. And that's cool. I still like that as an ending, and I like that as like a choice. And then the other things I'll have to say about like or I had to say about the story, about the pacing and stuff like that. You know, whatever. I don't think that's as important. I think the ending was cool. I think the monster was creepy and cool. I think ultimately it's a love kind of horror story. Maybe I wanted it to be more of like a whatever medieval war horror story, and it ended up being more of a like medieval romance horror story. But that's fine. That's cool. Very unique and just a beautiful ending there. Um, I like the whole idea of them just running around this cavern and like kind of finally being free, even in this like disgusting, horrible place with death all around them. They're finally allowed to just whatever be happy and be themselves. I think that that's a really cool contrast, right? That's like a really beautiful. It took them having to go to a literal like hell on earth, a catacombs with an evil monster and all this stuff to kind of like whatever admit that to each other and to be in love. And then once they defeated the monster, it was like it ended up being their heaven. You know what I mean? And I think that that's like a beautiful, such a beautiful like statement about like what love can give you, that even in the darkest of places, if you have love, you have everything. um and that's why I would argue that like a movie like The Notebook, it's not a as much as some people want to claim that it's the saddest movie ever, or I've people watch it and cry at the ending. In my opinion, it's not an unhappy ending. It might be like heartbreaking, and you might want to cry and whatever, but it's still a beautiful ending. It's still a beautiful in many ways uplifting ending, because it whatever they die in each other's arms, they go out together, and that's whatever the power of their love, the power of true love. Kind of a similar ending here, where they do that together too. They go out together, and it's even in the afterlife of heaven and hell, it's like their love would endure in the land where mad gods danced. And that's I think that's powerful, and that's cool. And I think it goes to show a lot about this writer Pelagius, or Butcher Ex Machina, whatever you want to be called. I think that goes to show a lot about like you know what your horror story did. You know what I mean? Yes, it's horror, but it's also so much more than that. And I think that that's really cool. And I like that. There might be some people that are like, this isn't horror, blah blah blah. But I think it's like it absolutely is horror, but it's also these other things too. And to bring those themes into a horror story, I think just shows like, sort of your, I guess, um, whatever the heights that you can reach as a writer. That you are a writer who takes big swings and big chances, and you want to, just because it's a horror story doesn't mean it also can't be a beautiful love story. And I think you did both well in this. Like, and yeah, I liked it. I think it's cool. I think it. Yeah, I think that beautiful ending, cool name, cool themes. I like the way that the artwork shown throughout. I like the tarot cards in the beginning, and all that stuff. I have a few notes about the pacing and things like that, but it doesn't matter ultimately. I think it's a good story, and I think that you should be really proud of it. And I think that right, you should keep doing that. Like a horror story with a cool monster and like cool kills and all that stuff, that's all fine. Ultimately, when a horror story does more than uh horrify you is what just makes it like good art and good literature. Like it's why Pen Pal was so impactful, right? Because it's ultimately a story about like friendship and that lost friendship that people have in childhoods, and how same with like in A Stand By Me or whatever. It's like, God, I'll never have friends like I did when I was a child. And truly, like Pen Pal is just about like this. Yes, it's about this bad man and all this crazy spooky shit, but it's also about a friend who just did sort of, took his friend's place, like, literally like took his place and saved his other friend's life. And of course, not purposefully. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that, like, in the context of that whole story, you can see how it's about so much more than just a creepy, like, pedophilic whatever guy, stalker guy stalking a kid. Like, yes, it's about that, but it's about friendship. It's about whatever, parents hiding secrets. It's about, it's about so much more, right? And so I think that what a lot of like creepy pastas don't do, but what this story does do, and a lot of really good horror stories try to do, is that they're about something else too. They have these other themes that, sometimes are secondary to the horror, or sometimes are like just as important to the horror or whatever else. But they ultimately are about, that just as much as they are about all the spooky stuff. And that is what makes them, good, a good story. And that's what I think this was. I think it was a good story. I think it was impactful. I think that I'll be thinking about these characters for a while, from just Gunther and Beorn to even Finn in the end. I like that, he was always just seen as kind of the idiot leader, but then at the end, at least he does the right thing. And I think that he gave the writer gave each character kind of a good death in that way. And yeah, it makes me sad. I was wishing that maybe Beorn would have fought a little bit harder, but I also understand that he was just broken by like the loss of it all and by the inescapability of fate. And even ultimately, like, they die too. Our main characters die too, and so even they didn't escape fate, but they did in terms of, like, what's interesting about it is, they didn't maybe escape their deaths, but they still, in my opinion, cheated fate, because now they have this eternal love that you just can't, that fate could never take away from them, right? It happened. So, that's what's kind of cool about it, and what's cool about the immortalization of their love and all that stuff. So yeah, it was definitely a great story. Definitely a bit of a tearjerker, whatever, wild ride. I would definitely recommend this before Polyamorous Hell every goddamn time. I think that this is 1,000% a better story. I think that, I think that it used the setting and the themes well as they related to the horror, wherein the Polyamorous Hell story, the horror was just like completely separate from any other themes. Like, what was spooky about like this alternate universe and like the hospital with the robots in it at the end and all that shit, that was just like completely separate from even the society and like the matchmaking and the the names that get sent to you on your 18th birthday that say your soulmate. Like, all of that just had nothing to do with any of the like horror in it, you could say, if you can even call it horror. I would say it's almost just like sci-fi, or I don't know. It was just a weird story, and it was just clearly somebody's like, oh, I'll write it. It'll be a creepy pasta, but really they just wanted to write a romance, right? And that's fine, whatever. Clearly some people liked it, but in my opinion, this is just I don't know, to even, I know I made the comparison, but now that I'm thinking about it, like, to even compare them is just not even fair, because the only thing they really even have in common is that they're about, homosexual gay men relationship, when really this story, it was relevant. It was relevant to the time and the characters, and it was a time when people were, killed for this, and not that they aren't nowadays, but I'm just saying that, like, it used it in an interesting way, right? Where the setting and all that mattered, and his fear of like religion and religious figures and all that stuff really came into play all throughout the story. And so my point in comparing it to that is just to bring it up as like, this is how you do that right. This is how you make it interesting. Even if you want to do it in a completely different alternate reality, it's like you can still make it interesting. This was very interesting throughout. And so that's how I bring it up, is just to kind of contrast those two. Maybe not compare them so much as like contrast them, that there is a smart, interesting way to do this, and then there's a really disconnected, boring way to do a same-sex romance story. And in my opinion, this was a good, interesting one, and it was just a good, creepy. Or I mean, Catacombs. I love Catacombs. Cask of Amontillado is absolutely one of my favorite Poe stories. I think putting Catacombs into a story is great, and so I mean, I like it. I'm here for it. It was great. It was a good story. I'm a little curious what the comments say. Just good shit, amazing story. Wrap up was impactful. Yeah. I'll leave a quick comment here. Sad to see all these characters meet their fate. Um, let's see. What do I want to say here? It's hard to do while I'm streaming, but I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to give overt spoilers in my comment too. So yeah, part 4 was definitely my favorite. Part 4 was great, but honestly there were good parts throughout. It just wasn't, I would say, the horror doesn't really fully come into effect until part 4, which was, again, I have thoughts about, but I wouldn't take them too hard or seriously, cuz honestly it gets there, and that's all that matters, is that it what it does right, it really does right. And, you know, the little notes I have here and there about pacing or, you know, repetitive parts or whatever, it ultimately, it matters way less than, you know, than the end. And the end works really just fantastically. So you should be very proud, Butcher Ex Machina. Yeah, great fucking ending. Sad to see all these. See, I even read my comments out loud just so that I know that I didn't fuck them up. Sad to see all these characters meet their fate, but with such a beautiful ending, you gave them a good end, which is what these characters deserved. Yeah, perfect. That's what I wanted to say. Okay. Well, that's gonna do it for me today, folks. I hope that you guys enjoyed me reading Where Mad Gods Dance, and you know, if you liked the story, go read some of the author's other stuff. Go show them some love. You know, follow them, support them. You know, I'm sure they'll have more stuff in the future. So go follow their Reddit account. You know, yeah, and just you know, keep sending me stories. Keep, you know, if you got stuff you want me to check out, I can't guarantee I'll get to it, but I will certainly, you know, check it out and maybe read something. I think in the future we're gonna at least read another story from Verdant Voidling. You know, maybe I'll pick a couple from him and we'll just dive into more of his work on the next stream. But other than that, I don't have too many more plans for future stuff, so it's kind of wide open right now. So that's why I say send me stuff. Yeah, you know, and support our Creepcast authors. You know, support their stuff. They're writing some really cool shit, and you know, I understand that, you know, not everyone just wants to troll the subreddit and read for hours at a time, but if you can, go read something. Even if you start reading something and you haven't finished it yet, but you know you're liking it, I'm like, give it, upvote it, you know, comment on it. You know, I know it takes a lot of time to get through, you know, especially multi-part stories like this, but I say, what the hell, at least give it, you know, give it some props, you know, you know, give stories and authors support. You know, that's the best thing we can do for each other is support each other and help each other grow and you know, help each other evolve and tell each other, you know, and when you leave a comment, just, you know, say something specific that you like. Don't just say great story. I know it's easy to do, and you mean it when you say that. I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything, but I'm saying, like, just talk about even one specific thing, so that way a writer knows, like, oh, I really liked this character, or I loved this scene with X or Y that happened. Like, that type of comment, I'm telling you, can mean so much, and it can really help a writer hone in on what worked well in their story so they can replicate it, right? They don't want to completely repeat it, but they want to be able to, you know, those good parts that work for a story, they want to be able to repeat that in their next story. They want to build and expand on it. So, yeah, do your best to do that, guys. I will see you in the next one. Thank you, friends and fiends, for watching the Red Death Mask stream. Adios.